Denny, J-Bug, my, good morning. Hope you all had a great weekend. I certainly did. Back at it again here on Monday. Easy Rider, good morning. Ooh, J-Bug, well, I wish you the best of luck. I try not to go into the day thinking that way. Um, just make smart trades. See where they go. Yeah, I saw that, my. Island Trader, good morning. My. I don't really have any thoughts on LL. I played it last hurricane that was going on. I didn't see if there was like some other news other than the fact that it's 40% short. But it is part of the hurricane list. Which, by the way, for those of you that don't know, there is a command in that I added into the Black Box Discord that will show you all the storm tickers. Any thoughts on Piton? Keep an eye on it. I mean, another one, high percentage short float, low float. If I remember right, it's like 44 million shares or something. It's tiny. Um, so it can move. I don't know if there was any news on them or any changes or anything like that. Outside of that, we have a Peloton, and it seems like they are trying to become like they want to take over the home gym for sure. Everything with a screen on it, and I think it's cool. But go ahead and pull up the platform black box. Take a look and see what's moving pre-market. Let's see. It's KRTX. Nothing really interesting. LK is down a little bit pre-market. YNDX is moving. YNDX is interesting. Um, I have a hard time. I have a hard time like putting any capital into YNDX, just because being they're like the Russian Amazon or something, right? And I just don't know much about it. You still play the chart, but I've seen them before, like take some pretty quick drops. We still got Cat at a place where we're going to watch it. Going to be keeping an eye on Disney this morning, see what it's going to do. Ulta, I like. Still waiting, on that one for potential upside. ATVI, we played last week. Keep an eye on that one. Target's up about $1 and change, $1.20. BA, a lot of talk about 380. EROS. Michael Dent, good morning. EROS. You definitely play BA. RH still going up. That's not what I wanted to do. Yeah, EROS is a $2 ticker and not something I play. I don't play those. PB, good morning. Welcome. So BA, I drew this, kind of did this last week, but if we look at right in here, you can see where BA has struggled. Kind of the same place it's at right now, right? So I don't know what's going to push them over. But keep an eye on that area up to about 377.50. Over that, it gets interesting, potentially. Good morning, Sarah. All right, we should be about open here. Watching the flow. Some KMI puts. That's a block. We got a block in Disney. Let's see. Here's a BMY. And I have the alerts on. I need to turn those off. We did get a LL stock alert. Apple block. Ooh, BMY. Drop out of the gate there. LVS above the ask. Sweep. It's at about 17K. I think that was the first above the ask. Sweep. Got a sweep, 100K sweep in 172K in Piton calls. Drop there on REGN. So Piton was the first above the ask that I can see. Or not the first above the ask, sorry. LVS was the first above the ask. It was pretty small, but there was a 172K sweep in Piton. Got a 180K put sweep in Roku. Let's go take a look at Roku this morning. Roku is dropping a little bit. Interesting. Down about $4. Hey Charlie, if you give it just a minute, I'm watching. I can, if you want, I can figure out who it is. This Piton is interesting to me. Those are $35 calls out to April. What are the 28s this week? 60 by 70, that's not bad. Yeah, I'm gonna try these 28s. But be careful with it. I know Peloton can move. Um, and I'm just small position. I don't know how long I'm going to be in it. It just broke above the 34. And Peloton, as we know, can move pretty quick. I wouldn't, given the 44 million share float and how quickly it can move, I don't know if I'd put it out to the newbies. I'm wondering if we don't see some more downside on Roku. I'm sorry, what was the other one? Oh, SMPL. I'll have to look at that in just a second. Let's see. Drop on SMPL. That's okay. Those are really long dated. We got a lot of time on those. I will give that SMPL a little room. Just want to see what Roku's going to do here. If it looks like this is going to continue. So we just got a swift bullish. Ooh, look at CAT. So we filled that gap. And I do need to go look at ISRG. All right, where are our CAT puts? I'm still red. Yeah, I'm still red on those CAT puts. So continue to monitor that one. And ISRG is cranking. You know, I don't know if anybody else saw, they had like a Facebook, it was like an ad campaign for Facebook that was pretty cool. Oh, ISRG are $10. TTD stock alert. ISRG, where are we at? 570. Well, I don't know what they were buying. Were they buying in the money? That's why they were $10. They were probably buying like the 565s. Yeah, those are pretty expensive. I mean, the 575s are $5. So we'll probably stay away from that one. Can't remember. There was something on ATUS that we were looking at last week. And I think it may have just been the chart, but I think they're a 5G play as well. They had ER, and it looks like it was a miss, but just barely. I don't know how they guided. 580s on. Oh, they must have been buying time on him then. This is interesting, this ATUS. I can't get the float. I can't get anything on them. Can't get anything on them. Any information. And Piton, drop. See what it's gonna do. Oh, he's talking about ISRG flow. All right, Peloton, why are you doing this? Jesus. Well. What do we got here? I don't know if you guys heard that. That's why I said on. Charlie asked if we wanted to put that out on private Twitter. I'm like, no, because Peloton can move pretty fast, and that one moved the wrong way real quick. Real quick. I mean, it kind of made this little like it was going to do something and then just down. So I am going to cut the majority of those. Yeah, that went negative real quick. Keep in mind also, though, that on this Peloton, as I said, there's heavy short ratio, short float. Maybe we give this just a moment. BA. J-Bug, I'm watching it right now. It went the wrong way real quick. If it doesn't get a bounce right here, I will likely cut it. Okay, let's look at BA. I was kind of following that 170K above the ask that came in. Let's give this just a minute. There's a bounce on SMPL. Yeah, it did, J-Bug, real quick. And that's why when Charlie asked if we wanted to put it out, I'm like, no, because this thing can move pretty quick. And actually, let's look at this 4 hour here. I mean, this could go 25.50 before it decides to bounce. I'm going to set an alert here. And actually, I'd be surprised if we get that. I mean, this thing could drop 25.60. And SMPL looks good this morning. Ooh, those Pepsi calls up nice. What else we got? What's AbbVie doing this morning? I still got 90s for this week. Look like they're up today. And J-Bug, I reduced this position significantly. So I only have a little bit in Piton. For this week, I did get into, I got in those last week. Actually, I might be cutting those pretty soon too. They're green, but just barely. The longer dated ones. All right, Roku, what are you gonna do? Any flow on Roku? Let's see what we got. A bunch of put sweeps. No calls, but a bunch of put sweeps in Roku. So they think it's going down. See, we got 183, 147, 186K, 182K. So quite a bit in the 150 puts. God, those are $10? Yeah, no. Out to December. That's why. 1220, 150 puts. B-Box, what's up? Good morning. You got it. Give me just a second. Let me switch over to that channel. And I got you. Let's see. Where is that? Good morning. Let me get the audio piped in here.
Test.
Yeah, we can hear you. I can also hear myself in the background.
Wait a minute. Hold on. I can't hear you without going through my speaker. Hold on.
Oh, how about now?
Yep.
Okay,
there we
cool.
go. Okay. Perfect. Good morning. Yeah, that ISRG is a beast, man, and they keep buying it. I'm telling y'all, that's an Nigerian play if there ever was one. And I called in the room before it ever went yellows. That thing is a beast. Actually, we started following it about $10.30. I just could not. I didn't get a film. It's my fault.
Yeah, that the flow was really nice. I was looking at it going, but these are really expensive calls.
You don't, yeah, you just don't. I mean, it's up 50%. You just don't see flow in this name of that size, and there's no catalyst for it. There's no.
Well, you know what's
ERs.
interesting, and I brought this up. They must have had some sort of like Facebook advertising campaign or something, because I was seeing their stuff on Facebook this weekend. Like random videos of robots doing surgery on grapes and stuff like that. Like it seems like there's some sort of pump that happened this weekend on their technology.
Okay. That's very interesting.
And it actually looks pretty damn cool. Like it had these little robot scissors that literally like robotic things that sliced the skin off a grape and then stitched it back together. I was like, oh, that's cool.
That's insane.
Yeah.
Hey, we got to get you live on Blackbox.
Yeah, I can do that. Let me turn that on.
Yeah, the CGC, ISRG, they just keep buying this thing and keep buying this thing. Here's one you don't like to see a lot, right? $22 calls in UVXY opening trade. 292,000. Big ass yellow in UVXY. I mean, if you're a bear, I guess you like to see it.
Right.
What is the price on those? You know, that's not horrible. If you've got a big portfolio, they're also buying some. Yeah, let me get back to that. It's not a bad hedge, you know, for $1.50 out to January. If you've got a portfolio that has, you know, say you're holding a bunch of Apple and you're holding a bunch of AMD, or, you know, maybe to have some of that, you know, a little bit out to January down here of a hedge.
Charlie, you're it's weird. You're kind of breaking up, but it's almost like skipping words. It's like I don't know, it's weird.
Huh. Oh, hold on. Yeah, it went to Wi-Fi. Hold on.
There you go.
There we go. Now we should be straight.
Sweet.
Sorry about that, everybody. No, it's just talking about this. The UVXY is not a bad hedge, right? At these prices going out to January, you know, the $22 calls, it's giving you a couple months there. So any big pop in that would be a nice, you know, especially record highs. It doesn't hurt to have a little bit of that as a hedge in your portfolio by any means. And CMG has been rocking. I'm sure you probably went over that. You See this?
I did not look at CMG this morning. Is it cranking?
It's cranking. It's cranking.
Let's go look at that chart because CMG is definitely interesting, especially being down as far as it was off the highs. I think it was like $100 off the highs.
Good morning, my mama. KRTX halted. KRTX is halted.
AMD, Nvidia. Nvidia looks really good today too. ATVI downside so far. Where's BA? BA is at 374. And Alta down at 244. And AbbVie almost 89.
Remember those 90s we were looking at?
I still have them. I got 90s for this week that are up about 70%.
You know, the 140 cats for next week don't look just crazy dumb. I might take a couple of those.
I got 144s and 143s for this week that are finally green. They were red pretty much the entire time I owned them last week, but they are green. Actually, I take that back. The 144s are green. The 143s are not.
I grabbed a couple 140s for $1.02.
For next week?
Next week. Next week.
Yeah, I like that play.
AMD over 41.
Yeah, AMD is. I've got it at 39.15.
I'm sorry, 41 calls coming in finally over 39.
Gotcha. No worries. Yeah, AMD is a monster right now. Well, they got what, a $47 price target. Upgrade. I was actually thinking about selling some puts on AMD to pick up some commons. I actually have a little graphic that explains for newer traders maybe using selling puts if you want to pick up commons instead of just buying commons, selling puts to offset the cost of your position. Let's see. So how'd all your stuff go this weekend?
Man, it was good. It was really good.
Good. Man, Alta over 245. I need to go look at that chart again because I've kind of been waiting for Alta. Like, Alta, when are you going to actually do something interesting?
Disney doesn't look bad either. Ulta, yeah, I agree.
So it took a drop at the open. Now we're back above. Let's see if we can get it back up here. If she can get back up here like 245.77. but it dropped, went up, rejected VWAP, pulled back just a little bit, and then crossed back over VWAP, now above the 34 and the 80 MA. Interesting. Ulta can be tough at the beginning of the week because the contracts do typically carry some juice on them. Yeah, the 245s, which it's at 245, are 520 by 550.
Snap, getting a little 14 action for this week. Something else
What's
you
it
don't
at?
see very often.
1443. Actually, Snap looks really good this morning.
A little action there, about 180 grand came through real quick.
And Anki agrees. She says Snap looks good. I'm kind of surprised Snap has stayed under 15 bucks as long as it has. Actually, Snap looks really good this morning. What? They were buying 14s, you said?
Yep, 14s. I went and posted everywhere that I was going to come hang out live, but yeah, maybe you get a couple
Nice.
viewers.
What do we got? We got 42 that I can see on Twitch. Right on. Wow, yeah, Snap. Let's see, what do we got in Snap? We got some 14s this week. 11K, 92K, and 87K. Those just came in 2 minutes ago. There was a 92K sweep and an 87K sweep.
Yep. That's the ones. Oh, it looks like Mel Stone just grabbed those as well. She's in the 1450s.
1450s.
29 cents. Well, Kat, you can quit. You know what? I'm just gonna cut this, Kat. I'm not feeling it.
You know what? The Snap. I actually like the 14. I mean, there's only 16 cents of premium on those.
I would, I would go 14s all day.
Yeah. I like those. Yeah, I'll pick up a couple of those. All right, I picked up a couple Snap 14s.
You plan on swinging those?
Well, yeah.
Do you want it to go to Twitter in the room?
Yeah, I think you can do that on those.
Go post it in your room there, and I can get you on. Get you on the board.
What did I fill at? 61.
Okay, where did I post that they were swinging this stuff out? I thought I posted that in the options wire. Hold on.
All right, what else we got moving here? What else do we have moving besides AMD? Actually, Disney looking pretty good this one. Disney went over 146.
Why did that not? Okay, I've got to figure out why these posts didn't go to the profile.
Roku is moving. I have a short-term dislike and a long-term love of Roku. Says Happy Trader Guy. Disney's up $2, almost $2.
Okay. Why? Bender, help me out on the options wire. How come I'm not seeing the tweets?
On the options wire, is that the new private Twitter?
Yeah.
I don't think I'm on that yet.
No, you're definitely on it.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if I had to like say, hey, add me. I don't know. Let me go look at Twitter.
It's showing that the tweets are going out. Tech Money's liking them, but I don't see them on the profile.
See if I see it. I see it.
On the profile. Interesting. Maybe I need to refresh.
Let me look at the profile. No, I don't see it on the profile. I saw your tweet.
So why is that happening?
I don't know.
Let me call Mario real quick. I'll be right back, guys.
Okay.
Figure this out.
Let's see. What do we got here? Charlie picked up puts. Cat, you brought about 142 for this week. Sweet. Well, there's a few of us in it in different strikes, so let's hope those maybe they'll work out. All right, Piton coming back. Wow, these January 2021 AbbVie $90 calls are moving pretty quick with the stock right now. Kind of crazy, considering they're that far out. Easy Rider, you said ton above VWAP. Ton? Ton? Titan Holdings? I don't know what this is. If that's what you're referring to. No volume in that one though. Oh, piton. That would make more sense. Sarah, thank you. Piton. Got it. Good. Yeah, it can move pretty quick. No worries. No worries. Bounce on cat. An ATVI continuing to drift lower there. So Anki, when you're playing these, like ATVI, that that diagonal that we did, will you cover the $60 calls while it dips here? Try to maximize the gains from that play. To me, it doesn't seem like a horrible place. Let's go snap. Keep going. Cover if it goes below 0.1. Bud. Ooh. I don't know. Michael Dean. They had earnings. What happened on earnings? They beat. I don't know how they guided. That was last month, though. Oh, that's right. They took that drop on earnings, right? I don't know, man. Look at this 5-minute chart. Where are we coming up to? That was back on the 13th. What do we got? What do we got? It's not the right. That's not what I wanted. That's what I wanted.
Yo, hey Bender.
Yo.
Okay. All right. I think I figured out what I did wrong.
Sweet. Yeah, Michael, I actually don't hate that. The only thing, obviously, it has been moving up since that big drop. Actually, if you look at it, where do we have resistance? Right here around $80. Are at the whole number.
I figured out what I did wrong. When I'm tagging the moderators, it's not sticking to the profile. It's just tweeting out. Now that if I take I don't do @Bender, it's working.
Gotcha. Michael, I wouldn't hate like a, something out of the money, but I mean right now it's just continuing to go up, although I do see, multiple areas of potential resistance here that we're coming into on the 5-minute. Right in here. But since about the 7th, it looks like it's kind of been in recovery mode. Is there something else that you're seeing on this chart? Let's look at the 30-minute. Snap CEO live on CNBC. It's above 80 and it gets rejected. I'll wait for confirmation. Yeah, if it starts to, good morning, Bobby. If it does start to show rejection here above 80, I like it. Let's draw some fibs here on the 30-minute. Let's go. So you got 786 at 80.91 if it can get up that high on the 30-minute chart. It is above the 200 on the 30-minute chart. So definitely interesting. Maybe if it drops that back down below 80, like around this 79, 78, watch it in here. See if it gets below the 8 and 34 EMA on the 1 minute. Could definitely be interesting. But right now it's up. And there goes Piton.
Piton going the way you wanted it to go?
It is now. I cut the majority of it. I'm still holding a little bit, but that's why I didn't want to put it out because this thing can move so fast. It dropped from 27.50-ish. It dropped almost $1 to 26.50, and now it's at 27.72. So $1 drop and now $1.20 to the upside on a $27 stock.
AMD above the S, yellow sweeps 42.50s for December.
Yeah, it's cranking. And I did sell. So what I was talking about earlier, I sold 38.50 puts. They're up about 34%. I don't know if we have anybody in here that's selling naked puts, and I don't recommend it unless you actually are okay, taking possession of those. Inky, you do a lot of it?
I mean, AMD's going to go for 40 today, I
Yeah,
guess.
it has to at this point.
Yeah, it has to touch it. I'd really like to get a pull back to the 34 before I grabbed it, and I'm going to
Yeah.
have to.
Yeah. I've not. I can't remember any time in the recent history that I've seen AMD move the way that it's been moving.
J-Bug, you always say, I'm back, what did I miss? If you've been doing that for a year, J-Bug, you've done that since the day I've met you. Imagine if 1,100 people did that. Imagine, if you will, if 1,100 people said, I'm back, what did I miss? How our jobs would be. I love J-Bug. But it's true. It's true. I commented on you doing that Friday or Thursday. I can't remember. Keep us in your ear, man. Keep us in your ear.
All right. Charlie, what do you think? These are out of the money, and it would be a YOLO play. I don't think AMD can move that fast, but the AMD 4150s are 27 cents.
Yeah, I'm looking at those 4250s out to December that's coming through. The problem is, I mean, they're 80 something cents for 4250s, so they're out of the money by about $3, almost, not quite $3, but close to $3, and they're 80 something cents. They are buying some 40s for this week. That's coming through right now, 71 cents. Then they just came through at 75, so they're popping those 40s for this week. Those 4150s would move fast. I mean, if it hits 40, I mean, at 20 something cents, I think that's a good risk reward because those can move very fast. If this crosses 40, those could double real quick.
It's kind
So
of what
I
I'm
actually like
thinking.
it. Yeah, it's got at least, it's sort of like
It's
Disney
gonna
at the
touch
120.
it's got to touch 40,
Right.
and then from where it goes from there, it's who knows, but
Uh,
it's got to touch
uh,
40.
Snap just fell through the 34 and VWAP. The CEO is on,
Is he
I guess, on
not saying
CNBC.
good things? I mean, what the
You know,
hell's
I didn't
going
even
on?
realize he was going to do that, or I might not have recommended it.
Every other question is about Facebook, says Starhog.
Did not realize this yo-yo was going to be on there.
Piton is ripping.
Jenny has got Piton for, God, when is her Pitons? Jenny's Peloton. She's got January. Yeah, she's got January Pelotons that we
Yeah, I've
bought
got some
last
January
week.
30s that we bought on. That was an alert.
Yeah, she was in a couple days before that alert. I'm trying to
Oh,
find
that's
it.
right. No, that's right. That's right. I didn't get in
Um,
before the alert. I got in on the
Here we
alert,
go.
but
Last Wednesday, long swing. She bought January 35s
beautiful.
for 24 cents.
Beautiful. For which strike?
January 35s.
Okay.
Let's see what those are at now.
I'm in the 30s. And actually on this pop, because I think I posted those in my room too. Let's see.
Oh God, yeah, those are 75 cents. Those are marking 82 cents from the 20. They're up about 300% on those. Not bad. Jeez.
Yeah, we got in the 30s. That alert was $1.11. And they came in and they're 145 by 195 right now.
So December 40 and a halves are coming through on AMD. Those I kind of like for $1.72. Those aren't bad.
Every other question is about Facebook and how Facebook is eating their lunch, says Starhog on Snap.
Good. Little breather in AMD. You remember when Disney first hit 150 last week? Or actually, every time it hit 150 last week, and it it just didn't like the 150.
Mm-hmm.
This is sort of like AMD at 40. And there was another one last week we were playing to the 150 as well. It was Roku. Now, Roku ended up gapping through it fine, but it had problems just getting it through it that day. So Disney and those whole numbers, Disney and Roku, it was the same day. I believe it was Thursday. They were bumping their heads there and just didn't want to work out. That's going to be AMD at 40. It's got to touch it at this point.
Yeah.
Now, it may go ahead and go through it and just kick ass, but the $40 is going to be a magnet because it's so close to that whole number. But the time to get in that magnet was earlier, right?
Yep. Jesus. Roku,
LK.
140 puts, which are $18 out of the money for this week, are still $1. That's crazy.
Look at LK.
Yeah, I noticed my LK was green this morning, but I haven't looked at the chart. Oh God, almost $29. Incredible. Yeah, that thing is a beast. Another one I think had a really high short ratio.
There's AMD 40s again for this week. There's 95 half. So LK has just been, LK, wow. Bender, I believe you had a good day on LK on Friday.
It was insane. Yeah. Yeah. Killed LK.
98.
Let's go AMD. So those 4150s are up 22% already.
Nice.
And Denny, I agree that Roku downside could be interesting. If it decides to turn around, break down, get under the 34, it's just the volatility that they price into those contracts can make it difficult on a Monday. Happy Trader Guy did. $89.15 on AbbVie. It's gonna go touch 90, I think, this week. Maybe today, but Disney 146.50, BA 374, DBI. Yeah, AMD looks good. And Piton is cranking almost 29. Well, at least we got our money back. I did. Um, they're up almost 100%.
That's what you expect to see on at AMD before it hits a 40. Get a little pullback. Hopefully back to the 34.
Jesus.
PDD 49s. December coming through. Which would be, oh, they've got ER Wednesday, so let's ignore that. Sorry, everybody. My bad. Well, ISRG talk about giving it back up. Oh, ISRG transferred with an overweight at Piper. $633 price target today. That may have been part of it.
Roku's still looking pretty strong at the moment. Let's see, AMD. Did we hit 40? No, 39.99. Cat just barely under 144. 143.59. Let's see if this is going to be the week that Cat pulls back. Nvidia almost 210. It's up about $5 today. It bounced right off the 34. And we got so far a little bit of a double top at 209.60, which it's pushing up to now. See if it gets over that turtle line. And Charlie, AMD is pulled back to the 34.
That's what it needed to do.
See if that can hold.
Because, I mean, it was on too much of a tear, and this is why you don't chase right there.
Yep. So what would you say, AppV at 89.11? You think that's, or actually 89.07 now? Think that'll go try 90 this week?
It's that whole thing. It's those whole numbers.
Magnetic.
It is a magnet.
Let's see, Bobby. Why are we liking AMD today? They did get a price target upgrade, and it has moved nice today. So, I mean, it's up $1.22. Like, for AMD, the way it's been moving recently, it's actually, providing some range. But they got a price target upgrade to 47. There's a lot more about AMD that's interesting with the Rome processors and potentially a deal with, or maybe they already have a deal with Microsoft to supply the Azure data centers with Rome processors. And NVIDIA just cracked above that turtle line.
You say AMD went above the turtle line?
No, NVIDIA.
Oh.
NVIDIA. Just broke above it. PB 251. I got a couple of YOLO 4150s. I'm not even typing those out. I mean, those are lotto plays. I did sell some 3850 puts, but I sold those knowing that if I pick up AMD at 3850, if If I take those shares at 38.50, I'm okay with it. But right now, you got enough time left in the week. I wouldn't be holding those 41.50s, past, hell, even this afternoon if it doesn't make a move, because they're not going to move as quickly tomorrow unless AMD's over $40.
Then there's Snap's coming back. And
Go
if we get to
Snap.
this little double top, at about what is that, 57?
Yeah, we need to hit
58-ish.
1460.
Yeah, 1460 would be a lock on those.
That would be high day.
That'd be HO.
You can say it. It's marked. My channel is marked as mature.
High of motherfucking day.
HO motherfucking D. Yeah, Roku is a beast. 162. Jeez. I can't chase it up here. Not gonna do it. And ATVI looks to be coming back now. Where are we at? 5260. Those 53s are 50 cents. The 52s are $1. SRG. SRG bounced off the 200.
Come on, Snap. Come on, LK. Is there anything we could get in on LK?
Yeah, I was looking at those. So LK I like because it can move fast. The concern there again, low float, high short percentage.
Pullbacks. Yeah, that thing's so extended right here.
Yeah.
So extended right here. Yeah, it wouldn't even be.
I couldn't get any, I'm not going to get somebody in it up here.
Yeah, if we could get a pullback, you could look at.
Let's go Snap.
Oh, let's go Snap.
Getting close.
And wait not to panic on that. Way not to panic.
3 cents, 2 cents. Keep going.
Yeah, you know what, Bender, you couldn't even go. I mean, this week's 33s on LK are $1.50.
Yeah, they're expensive.
Which you can't even buy a 30. I mean, who would buy a 33 anyway? Right. So that's that's impossible. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Now Fridays you can get some nice. Okay, there you go, Snow. Fridays you can definitely lotto up on that.
Definitely. That's usually what I save my Alta plays for too, is Fridays.
Yeah. Amazing. Yeah, happy trader guy, absolutely. Yeah, it's just not worth. You can't do it here.
Yeah. You are correct. If you have the capital, I've played commons on LK a few times, but yeah, it's hard playing options on something like that at the beginning of the week. And
There's
ATVI
16
is
up there.
continuing to climb here. Nice comeback. And those ATVI 52s have gone up about 15 cents. If ATVI gets above this 52.70, well, now it's 52.80. We got a little resistance here between 52.90 and 53.10, and then you're back at 53.35, potentially.
We got an Amazon alert that came in for the 1730s. I almost brought that up, and I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to bring up an $88 call.
Right?
Snap, give us HOD here so we can get this thing toward 15.
Cat trying to break 143.40. Yeah. Yeah. Let's get it. BA looking interesting to the downside. It is, let's see, what did we open at? 371.35.
You know what they just came through was a couple LK35s for December.
LK35s, huh? LK35s, were they the monthlies, December 20th?
Yeah.
And those are $2 still. Yeah, I
looking at those.
can't do it.
$1.55 for the December 20th 35s.
Yeah, 160 by 185, yeah.
Okay, they may want,
No.
yeah. I mean, I'm not buying them, but the thing is you can actually play out the December as cheap as you can almost play the weekly, which is insane.
Yeah.
That tells you just how out of whack those are right now. Little curl on Snap, just a little curl. Let's see if we can disregard.
Yeah, we've got that turtle line that we're up against at the moment.
There's the curl. Come on.
She gonna go. Go. Come on. Thanks for the follow, Tomathon. We'll pull back on Alta there. And Nvidia got through that turtle line and still going. It's at 210.77. Jeez. The 210s are $4. The 215s are $2. But this is let's see, 52-week high is 211.86 on Nvidia. So it's only $1 away from that. Crazy.
They're buying the shit out of these PDDD December 20s. The problem is the ER on Wednesday, but they just keep buying the shit out of them, which is interesting.
We've played PDD before.
Oh yeah, I love it after
PDD.
ER. Love it after ER.
Well, it took a drop this morning, huh? I mean, not huge,
Yeah.
but what is that? About $1.50?
Yeah. It
$1.61?
looks like kind of supportish there.
Yep. What does it
You know,
typically do into ER, leading into ER? Eh.
I'm going to sign up for this week for that trading view using your link, and I want you to do it. Hopefully, a class with us this week about how to use Trading View to do it, because what you're doing
Sweet.
is really cool right there.
Yeah, we can do that. Happy to do it.
And also check your text messages.
Oh, okay.
So you're watching 8 charts at once on,
Yes.
and you could just go click whichever one you want
Well,
and
I've
bring
got
it
them
up.
in. So I've got them in separate tabs. So actually, I'll show you so that you can see what this looks like. An AbbVie 8930 popped above PB 251. There's been a couple people that have asked just for an overview on TradingView. So I said I would be happy to do one since I use TradingView primarily. Um, but here you go, Charlie. If you can see, that's what I'm looking at. Now, can you see the tabs at the top?
Yes.
So that's actually
Okay.
what I have up. So I can just click between Roku, Peloton, Snap. These are 8 different tickers on a 1-minute time frame. Here's LK, PDD. There's Peloton on 3 time frames. This is UVXY SPY on 2 time frames. 2-year, 10-year yield, the Qs. There's RH, AMRN. These are 2 charts, 1-minute time frame with some extra indicators. So yeah, you can put them all in Chrome tabs and just flip between them real quick. That's what I like about it. It's just
Very
efficient. It's efficient, it's fast. But yeah, I can definitely go through some of the basics. See Binky. No, I'm not 16, but I quit smoking cigarettes to vape, so it worked for what I needed it to do. But thanks for the concern. When are you? Let's see, Bender. When you talking to me about trading? I'm guessing you're trading View. Compared to Toss, not even close. Not sure how I charted before without Trading View. Felt the same way once I switched to it. Yeah, totally.
Vendor, where's your link?
Back.
And is it working now?
It does work now. It does work now. I'll get it for you. Make sure this is the right one. Yeah. Yeah, I couldn't imagine not using it at this point. There's the
Oh my
link I
God.
posted in a Twitch chat.
Look at Disney.
Yeah, every time I
I
look
mean,
back at
just
Disney, it's still
shredding.
going up.
Just shredding, man.
Yes, it is. 148. Wow. Yeah,
Well, what do I want here? Pro,
Disney is on a
basic, premium,
tear. So it depends on how it. The big difference is how many charts you can have per screen.
right?
So that's kind of a decision you make. I have premium, but basically premium gives you 8 charts in a tab. Pro Plus gives you 4. Pro gives you 2. Basic is 1.
Well, let's go with hold on. Let me see. What did I just do here?
Mac 1974. I have premium so that I can have 8 charts in a tab.
I'm gonna skip the trial and pay now.
So what you want to do, Charlie? I tell people this all the time. Uh, just do monthly
Mm-hmm.
and do it for 2 weeks. And if you like it and you want to sign up, then you go in there and you go into your account. You turn off auto pay. You say cancel auto pay, and it'll ask you why. And you select it's too expensive, and they will throw a 50% off coupon at you for a yearly. So you end up paying half the monthly price.
Username.
Nvidia is not stopping. It's going for 52-week high. Another 40 cents, 46 cents.
Why is it saying invalid username or password? What am I doing wrong here?
I'm not looking at your screen, but maybe it doesn't maybe it doesn't think the password is strong enough or something. Is
But
it?
it should tell me.
It should. Are you trying to log? Did you click like log in or did you click register?
Yeah, sign up. Here we go.
Come on, Snap, you can do it. It rejected that turtle line again, but bounced off the 34. And now it's going to go try again. I think we get through it this time. Come on. Let's do it.
You won't be able to change this publication name only once. Saying this email's already in use. Because I did have this a long time ago.
Use a different email.
I don't have a different.
Otherwise, it won't link to me anyway if you use the same one.
All right, so let's here we go.
There's a drop on Peloton. And I'm actually going to get out of some of those $30 calls for January. Just a portion of it. I'm going to take profit. And that filled at status. Those filled at $1.92 from $1.11. And I'm still holding 2/3 of that position at the moment. Let's go, Snap.
Okay, this thing is really this I'm not a robot thing is
Obnoxious.
yeah, especially since I'm blind and colorblind as well. The username is already in use. All right. Okay. Maybe that's why it keeps.
All right, those Snap are up 65%, Charlie.
The snap from earlier today.
That I just got into this morning.
Nice. If you need me to tell everybody that you're selling your snap for 65%, let me know.
Well,
Uh,
I'm definitely going to sell a little bit of it just because we're coming up on this turtle line resistance.
so we got through the 14. I can't see it because I'm trying to
For
get.
we're still at 1458. Like it's this is the third time now it's rejecting,
Oh,
but
what
it
prices?
may push through. Oh, what did I say?
Uh,
No, that's not. I was looking at the wrong thing. That's up
it,
70%. Scratch that. Everybody, scratch that.
I was thinking.
Yeah, I was looking at the wrong line. Scratch that. They're up to 19%. Let's see. No, I didn't miss anything else. Okay.
I need a freaking username.
Use your or were you already using the first part of your email address?
Let's try this.
That one kind of cracks me up. Disney almost 148.
Oh, I gotta call Brandy and get the because I had to use a different email. I'll be right back.
Alrighty. Let's go, Snap. Just do it.
I'm gonna need some. Activation key has been sent. Maria had a great Disney player.
There we go. 1460. 1461. Keep going. There goes Snap. Well, let's continue. Piton right here at the 34. Very, very interesting. Get Trask back up there.
Okay.
Twilio.
So, all right, now I'm to my billing cycle bender,
Uh-huh.
and I guess it says billed every month. Then I
Yep.
click next. Now I gotta go get a credit card. Let me mute y'all. Sorry.
Thoughts on Twilio calls. Let's hide this linear regression. So, Denny, give me what I like it above 100. What is your time frame? What are you looking at? Yeah. Look at this on the 4-hour chart. It's curling back up on the 4-hour. But I don't know. Are you looking for something out of the money that you're going to hold for a while, or are you trying to scalp it? Easy Rider, that's awesome. Congratulations.
All right, it says authorized TradingView to charge me automatically every month. I'm
Yeah.
trying not to check that.
No, leave that on, like I said, and then just set yourself
So
a
click it.
reminder and go back in 2 weeks and tell it you want to cancel auto renew.
Okay.
And then it'll ask you
Right.
why, and you just say it's too expensive, and then it'll give you 50% off. It'll say, "Oh, can we get you to stay if we give you half off an annual billing plan?" And if you like it, then you say, "Yeah," and you pay half the price. You do have to add, Charlie, that you have to go in and add, if you want live market data, it's like $2 for NYSE and $2 for NASDAQ. You got to go in and add it.
All right.
But you can
I
do
guess
that
it's going to
after
tell me
you.
that in a minute.
Yeah, probably.
Well, how do I do it beforehand?
If you go into, you can continue now that your credit card's on file. You won't have to do all that stuff again. So you can just continue with what you're doing, and then you go into account and billing, and you'll see extra data subscriptions. And you can add whatever you want. I just do NASDAQ and NYSE because I have some of the other stuff through like CME data. I have
Welcome
through
to your new
E-Trade.
experience. Success, you're all set up, but I never said anything about.
Yeah, just click up in the top right next to your name, drop that down, and go to account and billing.
Okay.
And then you should see the extra data subscriptions underneath where it says my plan. Then you see extra data subscriptions.
Accounting, bill. Wait, hold on. Profile settings. I don't know. What am I doing?
Okay, so upper right next to your name, click the little drop down and click
Right.
account and billing.
Okay. There's accounting, billing.
Okay.
And
Now underneath where it says my plan, you should see extra data.
subscription.
Yep. So then you can just add NYSE and NASDAQ right there.
That's all I need, right?
That's all you need.
Where's this get added at?
Let's see. Denny. J-Bug, no problem. Good job.
Contact information.
Denny, you've got it just cracked above this area of resistance that I would expect to see some resistance on the 5-minute chart. I like it. I don't know what contracts you're looking at. If I remember, Twilio at the beginning of the week also quite a bit of implied volatility in there, but I haven't priced these out. You do have some more resistance up here, but you got some room to go to this 105. I like it. Let's go look at the contracts. So weeklies, actually, they're not too bad. I mean, you can get the 101s for less than $2. What's up?
I may have screwed something up here.
And we did get, there were two sweeps, Denny, that came in on Twilio for the 100s. Not huge, 52K sweep and a 33K sweep for this week. Well, you can see those on the screen right there. That was at 99.81. Those came in. So those are looking nice. So there is a little bit of flow there. I like it. And actually the volume, a little over 3 times the volume in those 100s for this week. There was a Nike roulette bullish this morning. Some spot puts. MO calls, Oxy calls. Oxy calls again. This week it's a steady bullish on Oxy. All right, I gotta fix the those alerts that I'm getting from Discord here. I gotta get rid of that. That is driving me crazy. Why am I hearing that?
The temporary general license to sell to Hawaii will reportedly be extended for another 90 days, where the Commerce Department will announce this later today.
All right, maybe that'll help.
Here we go again with that.
The temporary general license to sell Huawei will reportedly be extended for another 90 days, where the Commerce Department will announce this later today, according to FBN's Lawrence. Okay. Let's see. Come on, Snap. Come on, Snap. Pull back on AbbVie, little pullback on AMD. BA at an interesting spot, and Disney just keeps cranking. Disney looks like it's just going to go ahead and go back to 150 land. What do we have on SPY?
Man, I am all set. Look like yours, but I'm paying $60 a month now.
Well, I can help you make it look like whatever you want, and we can certainly, like I said, I'm happy to do a little walkthrough for anybody that's new to TradingView. Charlie, you just tell me when we want to do that.
Nice job, J-Bug. 51 to 71. Nice job. What did Easy Rider get? 250 on his small account. Nice job, Easy Rider. See, Easy Rider and J-Bug, both y'all, because I've known both y'all for, I want to say, years, right? And actually, Easy Rider, one time you made a comment, 75% of us lose money, which would be hard for you to know since there's 1,100 members, and 75% of them do not talk on Discord, right? They're professional traders using Black Box. Making money with the market isn't as hard as a lot of people make it out to be. What the problem is discipline, and the other thing is your research. Like when Bender does these things with Pete, y'all should be watching these 2-hour-long things. The difference between successful traders, non-successful traders, is the time that they put into it. Like it's like what if you have to go to work at Lowe's for 10 hours a day, or you have to work at this for 12 hours a day. This you probably have to put in a little bit more work on. When the market closes, these are things you got to jump on, right? Watching more videos, learning, keep on learning. What can I look at for tomorrow? There's a lot of things that go into it. But I think, I'm glad both those guys made some money. Good guys. Good guys. Yeah, man, my options, my thing here does not look. And how can I get rid of that? It says snap up 0.63 right there in the corner where I need to put my line. And how do I make that line stay?
It says it in the corner where you need to put your line.
Here, let me take a picture of this bullshit.
Okay.
Let me go get in your room here and post it to you. Let's go find some stocks, man. We can do this later, but here you go. See there how it says now? I need to see that end right there, or where that chart is covering it up.
Oh. So click that button above that says full featured chart.
Okay. Gotcha.
That's why yours didn't look anything like mine.
It still doesn't, but okay.
Well, I have dark mode turned on, but at least now you should see a normal looking chart.
Yeah. How can I put a turtle line there and get it to stick?
If you just like move your mouse to where you want the line and hit Alt H, that'll draw a line.
Alt H.
Put your mouse there and like click there, hit Alt H, and you should get a line.
I did. All right, cool.
That is the hotkey for that.
1460, man. If we can get a break here, there we go. 61. Boom.
We've done this once. Now we need 1462.
I'm actually going to carry this on down to the shop and go down there and do some work. But yeah, this is exciting, man. I'm glad to be on this track. I might have to learn how to do these 8 charts, but
that's pretty easy. If you're looking at my screen, oops, I'll show you exactly where to do that.
1462.
The Curator Lab, watching on YouTube. We are in the Snap 14s for this week. And Charlie, if you're looking at my screen,
I am.
This button that says Select Layout is where you can turn it into 8 charts or whatever you want.
Where the fuck is that at? I'm seeing your screen, but but where did you get that drop down at?
It's right above the chart on the right hand side.
All right, let me go back to the chart. Right hand side.
1463.
It says published. There's a camera, full screen mode, chart properties, unnamed. Look at the picture I sent you. Where would I click that? Oh man, 1463.
You got to send me a new picture, because that's not your full featured chart. And if you guys haven't figured it out yet, for those of you that don't know Charlie, he is not super technical. So it's the box to the left of unnamed. That empty box.
Yeah. Okay. Then I can put like then I can just pick
pick whatever layout you want.
Okay, then I've got to make them go back to 1 day charting.
Well, so when you change the layout, like you can see on my screen, I have 1 minute on the upper left, 5 minute on the upper right, and the daily on the bottom. And this is a 3 chart layout.
So in the second one, if I want to change that to Disney, how do I change that to Disney? That's what I want. I want 8 different charts.
Yeah, so just click the second one, and then up in the left-hand corner, click in there where it says Snap and change that to Disney. And that'll just change the second chart.
And it's gonna keep it automatically on 1 day, right? Yeah, perfect. Oh man, this is awesome. How did I trade without this before?
That's what everybody says when they start with TradingView. It's like, how did I ever do this before?
Now, if I want to make NVIDIA bigger now, I just made it my 3rd chart and I want to make it bigger.
Well, you can't resize the windows. You have to just make the layout whatever you want. But what you can do, like if I want to switch, if I'm looking at like these 8 charts and I want to make one of them bigger temporarily, you can click in there and hit Alt Enter, and that'll bring it up full screen. And then if I hit Alt Enter again, it goes back to the small one.
Okay.
Bobby, I am not in LK options at the moment. And we looked at them, they're juiced. Highly unlikely that I will play it this week or, early in the week. I'll probably wait till later in the week to play it. Although it did have a nice pullback. But I'm probably not going to jump in calls on that. All right, and I actually, Charlie, I'm closing out a portion of Snap. If it breaks below the 8 EMA, and I don't have, you'd have to do the Twitter thing, obviously. But
You're going to have to show me how to get to, not now, guys, while we're trading, but later on I need to know how to get my EMAs and shit on there.
I can help you with that as well. COTY, Cody shares, jump on Jenner News. Can it close higher? I'll have to go look at Cody. I don't know that. I haven't looked at that chart, but I will certainly go look.
I've got to run down to my shop. Bender, if you need anything posted, just let Teresa know. She can get in there and post it real quick.
Okay. Yeah, I would, just because of the delays, it wouldn't be a bad idea to take off some here, 23% gain.
Can do that.
I mean, I still think it's pretty, as long now at this point, like you're using that 1459-ish, you want that to hold as support.
I think it's about to run. All right, let me get down there, and I'll be back with you guys here shortly.
Okay.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, Charlie. All right, you got.
I gotta figure out how to get out. Hold on.
There he goes. Twilio coming up on that 190 area. Like Twilio's looking good. Let's let it get through this resistance. I think it's got a chance here to go, though. Let's see what Cody looks like. What is this? So it says, why are the shares... Okay. I'll be honest with you, this is not my area of expertise. Something like Cody on Jenner News. On this, if we look at, let me pull up a daily chart here. The 1358 area, and I typically am not playing, something like this. But you can kind of see this area that it's coming into was support, messed around in here for 2 months, 3 months, 4 months. Let's see, May, June, July, August, September, into October in that area. And then again, acted as resistance, finally broke in there. And you had another 3 months, and that's what you have right above you right there, is this area of resistance. So, know that you're coming into an area of it's struggle. It's been an area of support and resistance and consolidation. So really, for this to be interesting, it's kind of got to get above 14, ideally above like 1450, and then you got a little room, potentially for it to continue. But I don't know this news. I have no idea, like, if this does anything to this ticker or not. But on the chart, on the daily chart, you got quite a bit of resistance, that I can see just overhead. So yeah, sir, I don't know either. I can't. Not something I follow. Ooh, BA continuing to drop. Maybe it finds support here around this 368 level. Maybe. Disney continuing to crank higher. And I like ATVI. Looks like it has found support after this sell-off this morning. And Cat still just doesn't want to let go. All right, I did take a little snap off the table right here just in case this doesn't continue. But as long as it holds this 1460 support, you got the 34 right underneath it as well. But you guys that have been in here for a few days, you kind of have seen that I like to buy a couple contracts and scale out of them, and just make sure I take gains. You don't have to take it all off the table, but I try to take some gains when they're there, and reduce risk along the way. It's hard for me to sit here and tell you guys that have smaller accounts to build it 20 or 30% at a time if I'm not also taking profits, at that point.
Hey,
Rocky.
Square ramping up. Lots of upside gaps. I haven't looked at Square yet today. So these are the lines that we had on the chart for AbbVie from last week. Still relevant. Let's go look at Square. Ooh, Square does look good. It's up about $1.20. Square and the National Christmas Tree. So this is last week. Square and the National Christmas Tree Association unveil Christmas tree calculator that predicts the best day for consumers to buy their trees. Interesting. Yeah, Square looks good today. Where are we at? 65.93. So we're kind of right in this choppy, potentially resistance area right in here. But this thing is definitely has the momentum to the upside at the moment.
Hey, Tech and Rocky.
Going for 66. Why am I still hearing that?
Hey, Tech, you on audio?
That is interesting. Yeah, let's see if we can get a pullback on Square. And you can see it coming up to, again, like, multiple areas, potential areas of resistance.
Hey, Bender, I am back, and I don't know how to get to TradingView now. What do I even type in to get there? Because TradingView is not pulling anything up.
TradingView.com.
I did that. Damn it. Why did that not work? Okay. All right, never mind. I got to save that to a favorite, apparently.
All right, Square pulling back a little here to the 8 EMA. I'd like to get a little deeper pullback, but it may not. But I would be patient with it. You either want to see it, get above all this resistance, or get a nice pullback. But I mean, this kind of tells you the picture, right? This area that's been support and resistance a number of times. Square. Yeah. Lambden. You can always look at stuff and go, "Oh, I should have held. I should have held it longer. I shouldn't have sold it. Look where it would be, had I held it." But it's not healthy. If you were green on it, you won. And that's why I say, like, sometimes I'll sell a portion and then hold some, just in case that run does occur. I'm going to watch Snap right here and see what it does. And it looks like it's going to break support at the moment. You got VWAP below. It could pull all the way back to VWAP. Good Snap, didn't like it. Yeah, I took some profit. It was about 23% gain, up a little higher, but it's definitely dropping at the moment. And it looks like it may continue. Let's see what she does at VWAP. If she breaks VWAP, then you got this 1430s potentially. I am out the majority of Snap. Still green, so I'll take it. Let's see. What else? What else do we have moving? This EHTH is green today. Let's see if it's doing anything. It had a nice pop this morning. Up here, 8240-ish, but has pulled back since then. Twilio looks like it's right at some support here. Where you'd like to see it hold. If you're interested in Twilio. Let's go see what the SPY is doing. 311.92. And Snap broke VWAP. And continuing to drop. BA is not looking happy at the moment. I didn't see any headlines on BA. ATVI, that right there, that volume candle right there would not surprise me if that was a dark pool print. Let's go see if there's any dark pool. Yep. Had 5.2 million, 100,000 shares. And 7.3 million, 140,000 shares within about, well, they were about an hour apart. So that one occurred at 10:38. Yeah, this was the 100,000. Twilio right there, drop below the 34 just barely. See if it could get through the 34. And if you like it, could give it a shot. I don't like how far above VWAP it's sitting right now, but and NVIDIA is just cranking. There's Twilio going back above the 34. If I was going to play Twilio, I'd be looking at those 101s for $2. And it looks like Piton is going again. Snap down here at the 200. Some Piton 30s coming in for this week. And Jenny B is telling me to keep an eye on Coop. This thing's already up $4. AMRN, bad news. AMRN, I played last week. Another low float. Well, I can't remember the float on that one, but it was high short percentage. I think it was like 300 million in the float, not super low float, but high short ratio. Square pulling back a little bit. AMRN, I don't know what the short ratio is, and I don't know enough. I know they got that AdCom 16-0 vote last week. Something to do with from what I read, it was good news, but I don't know enough about the company to know how much it's going to impact them. But it is, when I looked at it, I think it was like 30% short, which is very interesting. I mean, you see this move that it made the last few days. You know, a little concerning that you can see this resistance that it's come into and rejected several times. That's where it's at right now. Right? So if you know a lot about the company and how important this news is, maybe you know enough to think that it's going to get through this. I personally don't. And I just played it last week on that news and on the momentum. I played it thinking that, and I actually thought it would move more than it did, given the high percentage short. But I don't know enough about them to know how this impacts them long term. To me, it sounded like, and somebody had mentioned that it opens up their drug for another use, like another treatment, and that it should be good for them to see increased revenue on that drug that they already have. But again, I don't know enough. I don't know enough to say with any sort of confidence what it does to their bottom line and what it does to the ticker. I'm gonna go look at the flow in Coop, see if we have any. I don't see any. Disney broke the 34. Yeah, it did. Let's look at Disney in a 5-minute here. I mean, it's so close to that 150 again. $48. What was the bad news, Bobby? Or is the bad news just the drop? Oh yeah, I did see the downgrade. Fails to further session lows. Tweets. Endpoint was not met. Gotcha. I probably am not going to short it just because it's so heavily shorted. Again, I don't know much about it other than what I mentioned. This is interesting coming into ATVI here. These big volume bars. Had another dark pool print. 6.3 million. 121,000 shares at 52.67. So that is about 11.5 million at 52.67. There was 7 million at 52.38. So there's a lot of volume, dark pool volume coming through. Hey Mel, you see all the dark pool coming through for ATVI? What does that dark ISO BB mean?
They're proof that they swept the market, that they went through everything and swept the market. And so it's showing as a BB because it's hitting the tape as below the bid. However, you're not going to just assume that that's a sell because we could have an ISO AA come through at the same time. Eric did want to keep that original coding in there.
Okay.
So it's not going to be treated the same as we would look at like, the options.
Gotcha. Yeah, I saw, it looks like about 11 million, 11.5 million at 52.67. There was that 7 million at 52.38. And I can see that volume, on the chart, and I'm like, okay, there's obviously some dark pool coming through here.
Yeah, share size wise, they are a little bit on the smaller side.
Okay.
But we'll just kind of watch, see if we get any more. But yeah, I'd still just use that 52.67 since we have more volume as a level and not really assume it was just, that it was just a sell because it can be confusing when you're used to looking at the options and how we interpret that.
Yeah, I just didn't know what that ISO, I hadn't.
So
I've seen it, I
just
guess,
that
but I hadn't asked what it
They
was.
looked at, that they looked at all the markets to make sure that they got between the NBBO. So it's kind of goes into how they have to code that through. And it just says that they've done their due diligence to make sure that they looked at every market when they swept.
Okay. Thank you. So the dark pool, those last transactions were 52.67. So Right about there. There's a pullback on Disney. See if Snap can hold the 200. What's RH doing today? Is it still going up? Also bounced nicely off the 200. And Michael Dean, how about Bud? Still up. And Cat needs to break this 143.30 area with some momentum and then get under 143. Samso UV, thanks for the follow. Samsov. What is IGT doing today? Ooh, that looks ugly pullback there, but right to support. See if that holds. What's the purpose of Cat hitting 143? So if I pull up the Cat chart, if you see this thing, this is a 4-hour chart down here at the bottom. And you can see this, 143-ish area. So that's 142.70. About 142 up here to about 140. Call it 144. This area being heavy support and resistance historically. This has been a strong area for action here, where it's come down and bounce, come down, bounce, come down, bounce. So this is a pretty heavy area for a pretty important area. And when I looked at it, so this is a 60-minute. Let's go back to. You can see the low here this morning being 143.07. I'd like to see it get down below that, but you've got support right now. This 143.31-ish, maybe higher. Right in here, though, being support from last week. Kind of popped up, held up, and then back down, and now testing that level of support again. But we're looking for a potential pullback on Cat here because of where it's sitting longer term and what is an area that has been longer term support and resistance. So I'm looking for a pullback on Cat. If it breaks that 143, you could see 140, And then the last time we rejected, in this area is when we saw like 116-ish. Yeah. I'd like to see ATVI break above this 52.78-ish area. And Anki, you see I did get the positions back up there in the top right, but again, it's like trying to manage those and keep it up to date is where the challenge lies. Twilio again. Yeah. Twilio broke above that turtle line. We want to see it. I mean, this thing may just continue, but you want to see that hold as support now. You could play it and just use that as your line. But yeah, it's above 101 now. Twilio, I love where it's at here, on this 4-hour chart. And like I said before, I like those 101s at $2. Well, Anki, the only one that's up there right now is the cat that we had from last week. The little bit that I have left in that. Just trying to go back and forth. And there's a nice little pop on Twilio. So I just picked up that 101 call. And I'll try it. I want to see this hold as support. But I think you can try it and see if this continues. If it breaks down below, then you get out. You really only have to give it about 30 cents. Maybe, yeah, about 30 cents. Yeah, Anki. I did try to figure out a way this weekend to streamline that process. It looks like I'm going to have to write my own bot if I want a bot to where I can just kind of type it in chat here and it shows up. I need to be able to type it in one place and have it post in my room in Discord. Have it pop up on here. So it's, I'll try. I still have that, just that management burden where it's like keeping it up to date. You know, having the information up there is fine with me. My concern is not keeping it up to date and having bad information up there. Something that's inaccurate or stale. And that says 1022, and that's not correct. These are 1122. I paid, what did I pay? 202 for this one. Oh, and these aren't even right. These are the 143s that I have. Yeah, I like it. And like I said, I don't think you have to give it a ton of room to the downside, you know, to see if this is going to continue. I'd like to see this 34 get above this area of support, and then you'll have the 34 and that support area just below. So I think the risk to reward scenario, you know, is good. And Piton. Now, you may have heard me say this earlier, but Piton is a low float stock with a high short float percentage. It can move quick. You saw that this morning. Probably not, you know, if you're new to this, probably not something that, you know, I would recommend you play. But you could look to this area, you know, previous resistance, previous support. Look to this area as potential. Ooh, and then you get that. Like, and that's why these low float tickers can be really tough, because they can do crap like that to you. Definitely higher risk in that. And I am net green on these Piton. I'm going to get out of this thing. I don't like the way that it's moving. And what did I close at? Almost filled at 140. All right, Twilio, go do something fun. There we go. Nice move there off the ADMA. Very nice. CNC is interesting here. I don't know what their guidance was. An ER 22nd October. It looks like they missed, but it's been moving up since. Let's see, and those, oh, the 60s are $2.55. Oh, because you have to buy monthlies. They don't have weeklies. So those are out to December. So probably won't mess with it. Come on, Twilio. Go the other way. Happy Trader Guy, yeah. But you may want to wait. I bought it just above this support line here, right around 101. You might see if you can get it back to pull back to the 34 here. See if that is going to continue. This is the only, this is kind of the fear here on Twilio is you can see the 200 on the 60-minute that has acted as resistance. You still got a little room up there. So I probably won't hold these very long. But if you look at the longer term chart, this is the 4-hour. You can see everything kind of curling up here, but it's done that and then kind of rejected. But you're out of this longer term, just barely moving out of this longer term channel here. So just know what you're up against. If you like Disney, short term here it's at support, but it's under the 34. I'm not playing that at the moment. And Ulta pulling back a little more. I'm going to put Twilio on this chart. Look where BA bounced. Right there, 368.17. Previous resistance. Came through, bounced at least right now, using it as support. And that looks like shit. What is going on there? Little pullback on SPY as well. Nice area for snap to bounce and hold right in here if it's going to. And I don't know what the hell Twilio's doing at the moment, but it looks ugly, so I'm cutting it. You can see potentially, I mean, it broke our support line, right? And usually I'll give it 2 candles. This thing dropped 101.16. It's only 30 cents, 40 cents, which is kind of what we were looking at. I'll give it one more candle here. Let's see if this can hold. Otherwise, you've got, ooh, that's ugly. Yeah, I'm out. I mean, you could look for that to be support, but it's not worth it to me. I mean, I still like it. I like it longer term, but not for weeklies. And you may get support right here, but I was playing this line that I had identified right here at 194. You know, that's what I was playing off of. And I think you'll, still be okay if you like it. And I'm actually going to put this in my room. And it's going to bounce right back up. So for anybody that is new to this, again, this kind of depends on, you know, what strategy you're playing, what you're looking for. It's bouncing right here off support at the moment. Not a horrible place to buy it, and try it again. But you know, this is why I'm hesitant to talk about something like Twilio, because of the premiums on those contracts. Like, this thing broke below that line, and those contracts dropped from being 5% green to about 15% red. So you got to be, you know, careful with that stuff. Look how quickly it's bouncing too. This right here kind of worries me on this 4-hour chart. So I will probably set an alert here. You know, if it gets above, I'm going to get rid of this line. If it gets above, where are we at? 100. Let's go for like 105. Then it's, I think, far more interesting. But this thing broke right through the 34. Now you're, you know, bumping your head up against the 34 here on the 1 minute. And AMD held nicely right in here. If you're in Black Box, I'm listening to Kang talk about the last time he was in a Target. He said something about there being a throw pillow and a case of light bulbs in the freezer section. I haven't looked at Target. We looked at it first thing this morning. Target. Might be interesting if you can get it under 112. Not horrible here on this pullback, though. Nice pop on AMD. How are we looking on those? AbbVie looks like it wants to continue. An inverse head and shoulders here on the 1 minute. Let's see, what else do we have here? You get this break. See if it can break back above that 89.31. And Twilio just broke through that 34, now back under it. Now you want to see this 184 hold if you're, in that play. You want to see it hold in here. And there's about 20 cents ATVI to the downside. All right, what else are you guys looking at? What are you playing? See anything else? Long PayPal, now Upside, and Amazon, Disney. Let's look at now. Sand dollars. I think the same thing about work that I thought about it last week. If you want to look at the chart again, we can certainly go look at the chart. Now actually looks really good, Aki. And TGT, I kind of talked about this a little bit. Island Trader. Looks like there's some support here on the daily up to about 112. You want to see that 112 hold. And then potentially room up to like 114. You know, right in here. 114.07. It's got to break that to, you know, get that breakout. But you can see where it's at here on the 30-minute. That was back in October, 22nd October. And we're back to that. It held support, you know, down here 107.50-ish area. You can see that a couple times being support. So right now you're kind of stuck in that range between 107 and 114 at the higher end of that range. So you're either, you know, playing, if you're playing short term, you know, you want to see this hold right here, you know, around, ideally you'd get 112. You know, that whole number would hold. So that's what you want to see hold if you're trying to play upside weeklies. You want to see that hold. I don't love it at the moment. I'd like to see it come all the way down and test that 112. You know, this kind of has that the W pattern. But yeah, I'd want to see it come down here to 112 and hold, or at a minimum if you're playing short term. You know, if it gets down here, you might try it using this as your stop. You know, using 112 as your stop. You only have to give it about 10 cents, but this is what it's doing today. This is the direction today currently. But yeah, coming up on support. Got it pulling back here to the 34. 34 just below it, VWAP just above. I mean, if it breaks above VWAP, maybe. If it comes down, holds 34, maybe. On snap. What else are we looking at? Work. So work on the 15 minute. You can see this being a pretty key area where it's at right now. You could play it. You can see how it's been bouncing here off VWAP. If you get a pullback to VWAP, or it goes sideways long enough to get near VWAP, you could give it a shot. You've got the cup here on the 15 minute. You might get a handle formation here that would pull this back closer to VWAP, closer back to the 34 on the 15 minute. But yeah, you could see this being a big cup right here. So as far as the chart goes, you could look for that to play out. I think if you could get this thing down here like 2270-ish, maybe even just give it a little time, find support here at VWAP, maybe the 34 here on the 15 minute, and see if it kind of builds a couple candles here as a handle. But you know, here on the 15 minute, it doesn't look bad. You also know here, there's 2398. This being resistance. An ATVI just dropping. Cloud Simple. I don't know who Cloud Simple is. I've never heard of them. Who's Cloud Simple? Cloud Simple. Interesting. So Cloud Simple. Wait a minute. Is this... That logo looks very familiar, but they do, it looks like VMware as a service in Azure and in GCP. So that's interesting. So VMware on GCP. All right, guys, I'll be right back. I just got to use the restroom real quick. I'll be back in like 2 minutes. I'm going to get some coffee too. Stay. You're good. Stay there. Stay there. Nope, just stay. You don't need to go anywhere. Stay there. All right, I'm back. All right, Avi, let's go. Let's go get that turtle line. Tech, don't go look at don't go look at the price on an F-250 Platinum Super Duty. It's like 105,000. Ridiculous. And there's Twilio Pop. Simmons, no, I don't. Mine only has about 30, like right at 36,300 miles on it. So of course it's just out of warranty and shit is breaking on it left and right. Like just ridiculous stuff. My trailer brakes stopped working and there's something wrong with my the driver assist system and StabiliTrak. It's a 16 Simmons. I don't drive it a ton. I bought it to pull a fifth wheel with. And I actually got irritated the first time because they released Android Auto and it said it was available for the 2016s. And then I took it into the dealership and they're like, oh, well, yours is actually a 2015 and a half. Or no, they said the 2016 and a halves are when they started supporting Android Auto. And mine is a 2016 and isn't compatible or something. And I was just like, all right, whatever. But no, it's like little stuff that has just started to go wrong with it. And that DPF system is a piece of shit, as well as all the other issues that people are having with them. I actually really liked it when I first got it, but now that I've got all this little stuff just starting to fall apart on it. Yeah, I don't know what you have or how many miles on it. Like I said, I didn't have a single problem out of mine until like right around the time I hit 36,000 miles. And then I started having issues with it. I don't know. We'll see. I'm going to put new tires and wheels on it this week. I'm going to take it in and try to get those issues fixed and see what that cost me, and then maybe I'll like it again. Maybe it just needs something, a new look. Kat, would you just freaking break down already? The support has been really strong. Let's see what else we got here. Thanks for the follow, Mandrew. Welcome. SLT double cab. Gotcha. Yeah, I have like I said, I bought it to tow a camper, but I have a Denali four-door Duramax, and I don't know. It's okay. I did see that F-250 Black Ops. Yeah. And J-Bug, yeah, I did kind of buy it with everything on it, but again, I don't drive it all that often. And that's why I did. It's like, okay, when I drive it, I'm gonna be pulling with it, and typically longer drives, I wanted it to be comfortable. And they do hold their value. Juul sued by California for marketing e-cigarettes to teenagers. Man, I have tried to short that damn MO like 3 or 4 times, and it has not worked out. God, it's 48.50. Yeah, J-Bug, and I actually bought mine new, and I was looking at like used ones with that were 3 years old with 60,000 miles on it, and like the discount was like 6 grand. It just didn't seem to make sense. Look at Twilio. I should have seen this trend line on the 1 minute too, and I didn't. What's M doing? So let's see. Bobby, I think the only thing that I'm still in CAT, EHTH, and I have those Peloton calls out to January. Still IGT, January, SMPL, which we got in last week. I mean, I've got some other stuff like Pepsi, which was Pete's call. I followed that one. And this ATVI, the ATVI diagonal that we did last week. And XOM. Let's see. Yeah, a little bit of XOM. Sold most of that last week. Still have a little bit. But Twilio just took off. Now 101.60, but same thing as you. Thank you. Bobby, which cat? The 144s. And actually, I think we picked up 143s last week. But, you know, it's holding support here. So if you're not in it, I mean, we're playing, if you look at the longer term cat chart, I went through it this morning, but you know, we're kind of at this area here on the 4-hour. This is 4-hour chart where you can see this was support, then it was resistance, came back. It's been resistance. We broke just above that, and looking for a pullback. But it's taking forever. Those are this week's. Yeah, EHTH. But I don't. Let's go back and look at that EHTH chart. Because I didn't really plan on holding, though. Those are out to December 20th. They are up nicely. We'll look at that chart. No, that's not what I did, Anki. Yeah, Bobby, no problem. Yeah, so this is what we were looking at on EHTH. This huge cup here on the daily. Looking to see if we can get, break out above here. You've got this 21 EMA has crossed through everything to the upside. So this momentum since ER has been, very positive. Anki 55. What did I do? I think it was the 55. Yeah, bought the 55s and sold the 60s. Out to February, though. There you go, Anki. Yeah, just a vertical spread. All right, snap. Keep going. HTH. And Anki, maybe that's why we were. Yeah, sorry. Maybe that's why you were. I thought we actually did the same thing. We got in those last week. Maybe that's why you were, like, the question that I asked you earlier, like ATVI on that pullback, covering the 60s that I sold lower, and then holding the 55s. All right, these Piton, those $30 calls, God, those are up 120%. The $30 calls for January that we got in last week. We might get more out of those, but let's see. I mean, this looks, if we can get through this right here, it could take another run. Okay, Anki, sure. Simmons, did Cat finally decide to give in a little bit? No. Still holding this same area. Bounce right back. Oh, were you looking down here? Yeah. Okay, 143.40. From Thursday. And Piton rejected there again. All right, just sold a little bit of this, those January 30 calls. If you were here when we got in those, that was on the alert last week. Those closed 240. No, I don't have the XLP. You had fib at 14.22 on Snap. Good. It needed a bounce. And I've been going back and forth to Snap. Come on, get that break. Facebook rapid fire bullish on the 210 calls. Let me look at that. What is going on with Facebook? So they bought the 210 calls December 20th 210s for $1. Facebook News says multiple FTC investigations underway. Square's still running. What is up here? J-Bug, what are you saying? Oh, is Tim out for the day? I don't think so. I think he'll come back. Netflix good run. So, Poker Pro. I don't know what that is like. I don't see the headline, so I'm not sure what they're saying or why Facebook is getting this pop that it's getting. What is that? You know, I can see that was down at 191. Yeah. I'm not understanding what they're saying, like what this is about. But it is coming up on, you know, potentially some resistance here from earlier in the month. But this trend line on the 1 hour chart back to October 1st is holding. So, you know, maybe keep an eye on that. Or look for some sort of pullback. Disney is flagging right here at the moment. Gotcha. Poker Pro. Thank you. Yeah, I don't even see the headline yet. I haven't looked at it, but maybe a pullback up here, like around 197, 198. Need some sort of pullback on that. That may or may not come, but next week's 200s for Facebook are coming in. And those are 167 by 170. Yeah, we can look back at Snap. There's a pop on Peloton. Yeah. Oops. Yeah. Yeah, it has to get through this, 14. And we did get through. We were looking at 1461. We got through to 1464, and then it took this drop. Still looking pretty good. But there is definitely some resistance here that it's got to get through. And this was resistance, the end of October. So, expect to see until we get through this 1460, 1463, 64 and hold. You may continue to get this. Maybe entry. Well, if I was looking to enter at this point, yeah, you could in here, but you run the risk of it coming back to that 1425-ish again. You might let it see if it gets through this and hold above it. Once it gets through here with some momentum, you should see 1470, 1475-ish, something like that. But let it get through here and show you that it's going to stay above it. Jenny B watching 5, KRTX. Yeah, that's crazy. 17 to 74. Holy shit. That is insane. That is incredible. So KRTX is a low floater. Only about 9 million shares in the float. Not really any short interest in it, but the really, really low float. I don't know if you guys already mentioned this, but if you haven't looked at KRTX, 9 million shares in the float. Yeah. I show an OS of 23 million. So. Yo, yo. Good morning. No, no. I just now looked over at it and I was like, "Holy shit!" And so I looked up the float and I was like, "Oh yeah, okay, yep, that makes sense." Yeah, I'm showing a float around 9 million. Outstanding share count is only like 23 million. There are no options on KRTX 5. Let's look at 5 here. I can see why. See how this lines up. So there's a trend line on the 4-hour chart that has been holding since 2017. ANQ, yeah, I can look at ANQ. Give me just a second. Looking at this 5 at the moment, and I'm hearing that there's some volume to the downside potentially on UVXY. Look at the Qs popping, SPY popping. Facebook 196.93. Thanks, Hannah. Nice pop on SPY there. And like Snap. Come on, Snap. Let's go. I mean, SPY is, at the moment popping, and the Qs are popping. Snap and AMD. Yeah, I don't know. This pullback on AMD is interesting. Disney's still looking like it's flagging. Disney still has that 150 overhead. All right, let's look at what was the ANQ. Did I spell that right? Hannah, why am I looking at a stock that's 003? I do not play this stuff. I mean, this looks like Morse code to me. And you can't really, finding areas of support and resistance on something that's 003, it doesn't make any sense to me. It just doesn't tell you anything. And there's 2.67 billion shares out there. I wouldn't mess with it. It's not even worth the time to watch. Maybe you know something I don't know, but it's not the sort of thing that I'm going to mess with. All right, Snap. Let's stay above and hold above, and then we've got something here that could continue. This 5 is interesting. I wish it pulled back a little further here, but you can see where it's sitting right now. Also, support, an area of support, pretty strong. So I don't think you're going to quite get it. But I can see why she's looking at it for sure. Let's see what else we got here. Now you got Twilio support on the 1 minute 101.28-ish. And resistance currently 101.61 that it has to get through. Let's see. Play mentioned above. Hey Tech, I see your message about clarifying Piton. Oh, Zax. Yeah. No. Okay. Yeah. No problem. Hey, Zax. So I played Piton weeklies this morning, but we had an alert on Peloton last week. And those are for the ones that I bought this morning, I got out of. The ones that I bought last week are the $30 calls out to January that was on an alert. No worries. Looking at 5. Let's see if there's any flow on this. Repeater bullish on Microsoft. This week's 150s for $1. I see a call sweep on 5. Out to January. When did that come in? 8. That came in a while ago. see if I missed anything. Nope. Okay. And I do try to answer every question that I see, any ticker that you want to look at. If I miss something, let me know. Oh, I did miss a couple. Let's see. What have I missed here? Square still running. I didn't see that. And the Cisco question. Yeah, we can look at those. Trying to see if Jenny has anything, any more information on 5, because sometimes she's looking at, she has her own scanner that she has set up. And I do like where this is at. Definitely has some room. Most active calls today are in Amazon, PDD, AMD, Roku, Apple, Qualcomm, Netflix. And bullish flow, Amazon, Facebook, AMD, Qualcomm. Bearish flow, Roku and Microsoft, top 2, and Tesla. Yankee, Cisco. Let's go Snap. TGT did come down a little further to test the top of this channel. Let's look at Cisco 2-hour. Kind of basing here. Yeah, you can see, this being longer term support. They obviously just had ER, which was this drop, 40 from 48-ish or whatever, down to 45. Above 45. Above 45.82, you could start to see it go back towards that gap. Definitely could see resistance right here, 45.76-ish. really up to, 46 or so on the longer term chart. I mean, I like Cisco. Obviously, their ER wasn't great. So you got a couple levels here of resistance on this is on a 30-minute chart. Potentially 45.58, 45.66, 46.12. I mean, you can see all this. If you get some confirmation here, though, you might start to, recover some of this. But you got the 34 overhead here on the 30-minute. I don't know if it's ready or not. Another repeater bullish on Facebook. Jeez. Facebook is cranking. KRTX almost 100. Remember we looked at it, it was $80. No options on it though. No, J-Bug, I didn't. I didn't. $0.60, 11 to 6. Melstone. Beautiful. Beautiful. Was just a headline. See this pullback here on SPY. Be careful. Let's see. I'm gonna go look at the tick. Where are we at? Minus 400, 355 at the moment. Gotcha, J-Bug. Getting some pullbacks here along with the market. SPY pulling back a little bit. See if this holds or if we're going to see some continuation to the downside. Right in here. That'll be telling as to, I think. Denny, you know, there's nothing wrong with that. I should have been more patient this morning than I was, to be honest. Those AbbVie 90s are still moving with it down here, 89.16. Not too bad. 55 by 57. It's a lot of volume coming in right there. Let's see what she's gonna do. Cronut support. Look at NVIDIA. Back up here at this turtle line. Cat just not willing to give up the goods here. Twilio looking really good. All right, look at this area here. Let's look at AMD longer term. And I was hoping Jenny B was going to tell me what she was seeing in 5, but I haven't heard back from her. Roulette bullish in now. Facebook continuing to run. And SPY held support. Thanks, Bobby. Hello? Let's see. Ulta weekly 245 calls. December 5th ER. NetApp 61 calls. TechNet tomorrow. Gotcha. TGT not looking half bad. Back at the total line. Snap right now. Kind of following this. At least that was, pre-market. Drop to bounce there. Yeah, I mean, I still like where ATVI is at. See if we can actually get through this time and hold. I don't know what this is about. Oh. Yeah, I don't have anything on them today as far as news goes. What is this? So TTD was removed from the top 25. What is this? Wow, nice pop here on ATVI. What is going on? I don't know if there's... I don't see any news on it or anything like that. But wow. Nice move. Twilio right back at this trend line on the 1 minute. Disney pulling back a little bit. So I'm looking at this in E-Trade. There's this daily stock brief that I haven't been digging through lately, but it's interesting. It actually lists out the float, the short interest, average daily volume. I'm going to have to go through this pre-market tomorrow. And actually, we can go back and look at some of these and see how they've moved today. ENPH 14% short float, which we've played ENPH a lot. And no wait, that's, yeah. Nope, that's a different 5. Is in this list, but it's 5 nines. It's a different company. This is the top. I'm looking at the top 25 emerging growth stocks. And I'm looking at the short interest and the float and all of that. Look at that Twilio right off that trend line here on the 1 minute. Nice pop. Still going. You're long Amazon? And Bobby, it sounds like Amazon is doing well. Resistance up here on 1749 to 1750-ish. But yeah, nice held there at VWAP. Yeah, be careful up in here to see if this is going to continue or not. It is over the 34 here on the 15-minute chart. 1750-ish. Watch that area. Bobby, not a horrible idea in my opinion. And I don't know what, I mean, this looks like another one of these moves, but Look at Facebook go. All right, I need to go back and look at Snap because we did put that on Twitter. Yeah, the TradingView alerts are definitely helpful, Bobby. I like them too. But I need to take, when I set an alert, take better notes on why I set it there and kind of what I was thinking when I set up the alert. Tech and I were actually talking about that because I do get alerts and then I go back and it's like I've already done the analysis on it. Yeah, Twilio making a nice move for sure. Master Tomasito. Yeah, and let's look at, because I see another, this I see a channel here that it is now above. But give me just a second here. Kind of got to see what this is going to do. Looks good. I like what I'm seeing here. Let's look at Twilio for a second. So in the 1 minute, you can kind of see this. Where's my parallel? Where's the damn parallel lines? Here it is. Kind of like that. Today on the 1 minute. Lower highs on the 1 minute. Good. It needs to break down. All right, there's a little pop on Snap. Come on. Do something. Six by 77. Let's go Snap. Give us a little more. GSB halted for news. Let's go ATVI. Watching LMT. Think it goes all-time high soon. I like LMT. Master Tomasito, are you still talking about Twilio? Yeah. Crazy. All right, I'll go. I like Alta. Looking for that. Definitely want to keep an eye on it. We can go take a look at it for sure. See if this is gonna hold above that channel or not. TGT looks pretty good right here. Through the 34, bounced off the 200. Still have that 114-ish up here. 114.83 was 52-week high, all-time high. Amazon's still going. God, those targets are expensive. The 114s are 278 by 282. I don't like that. And Amazon now over 1750. And cranking. RH is red today. I'll have to take a look at RH. All right. Itch, Twitch, Glitch. Thanks for the follow. Let's look at Alta and RH. So you can see 30-minute on RH. And Amazon's still going. Where are we at? 152.27. So when do these guys have earnings? 25th. So next week. What is this? Oh, that was 7 hours ago, so. Yo, yo. Yeah, guys. Sorry, I know I was muted. I know you couldn't hear me, but I had to take that call real quick. That was Charlie. You guys didn't need to listen to me try to help him figure out what button he pushed on TradingView. So I was trying to help him out with that. It swags. Perfect. Perfect. Nice job, Bobby. Nice job. So I guess Spotify is dipping on news that Amazon is expanding its free music streaming. No longer halted. I don't know what that is. GSB Globalscape? Not one I'm familiar with. There's a pop. $10 stock. $11 stock. Don't know anything about this guy. Let's see, what was that? 16 minutes ago, announces $55 million credit facility, special cash dividend, and $5 million stock repurchase authorization. So that was the news, apparently. I don't know anything about him. Oh, I see it. That's right here. I am watching. Let's look at... CHK, it can't go any lower. If I remember which one CHK is, I wouldn't be so sure. Chesapeake. Oh, yeah. There was somebody here talking about that yesterday. But when you say something can't go any lower, that's when it will. Large bullish flow on KO this week. Hmm. You said it last week? Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I mean, it's 60 cents. Not something I mess with. It's been. I'm sure we talked about this last week, too. There's Snap. Keep going. Another alert on Coke. Look at this on ATVI and where it's at right now. On this is a 1 hour chart up here. Interesting spot. And BB7, yeah, I mean, Twilio looks good. You know, not obviously not buying it up high. I have this alert here, 105.24. You still got a ways to go to get up there, but you know that's where you've got some more. And actually, I drew that because this price channel right in here that you might encounter some resistance. But I like it. It looks good. Coming in to fill this, you know, this drop. I like it. What's going on here? We're through VWAP, the 34, and the 80 MA. We might get a pullback. Where's that at? Support here today. Would want to see 88.45. Drops below that, you could, get another dollar potentially. That's just to get to the top of this channel. Kind of like where it's at. I want to see if it's gonna hold here. In ATVI got this pop, and then they're selling it off again. Yeah, Bobby, I'm listening to that, and I mentioned it that I heard him talking about it in main chat. One second. Yo. You got it. Okay. Well, yeah, no, I'll close it out. Okay, bye. I am out of Snap. It may continue, but it was up like 30%, so I just posted that in the mod room, and that will go out on the private Twitter. NVIDIA gets over this turtle line. She gonna go. Let's go look at spot. I haven't even looked at it. Oof, spot. So what is this? I need to go read about this because I just canceled Spotify. And I've used Amazon Music. We actually have that still, but I want to see what this news is. What's the headline? Amazon Music to offer free ad-supported option. Okay. Interesting. Hmm. Oh my gosh, this day flew by. 55 minutes left. It's 1 o'clock my time. Holy cow. Just flew by. I just saw an MOC posted in main chat, and I did not realize it was already that late in the day. Look at BA. An hour ago, Boeing director sued over missed warning signs on 737. And it's going up. So news that the directors are being targeted, and it pops. That's Boeing. Steady bullish on Chewy. Wow, they're buying Chewy down here. So they bought the 22s out to December for $2. Let's look at the flow. 100K, 40K, 30K. In those December 22s. What's going on here with Chewy? Later, J-Bug. See you tomorrow. Have a good night. And what is going on here? Or is it just low enough that people are like, okay, we'll buy it at 22? Or is there something else? I mean, I see they had... Oh, do they have... Let's see. No, ER is not till next month. Okay. But they announced... There was a headline today that they are saying we're gonna release earnings. It will report fiscal third quarter 2019 results after the market closes on Monday, December 9th. I also see... When was that? No, that was last week. I don't see anything else on them. That's it. Sarah, thank you. You said the IPO on Chewy was 22? Maybe it was supposed to be 22. Looks like it opened at 32. I mean, it's popping. This looks like... That's an interesting move for Chewy. And they bought December 20th. 22s. Those are already up about 30 cents from where they bought them. They have literally just dropped since that IPO. About Chewy at big support. Well, yeah. I mean, you can see this is where it dipped to last month. It's interesting. I mean, this is the biggest candle that I've seen on Chewy in quite a while. I'd like to see it above this 2240-ish. But it does seem like something is going there. Something is going on. Regular barbecue guy, that was last week. And they are red, so take it for what it is. It has to break this support here. Yeah, those were last week. Chewy now over the 200 MA. Sounds like there's some drops coming in a few areas. I'm going to get out the last of this Twilio. Just because I'm not planning on swinging it. Piton's over 30. Nice. Yeah, I'm gonna get out of this. I am out 281. Not going to say any names, but I'm listening to somebody in main chat talk about a losing position that they have 60 contracts in. That is not what we want to see. Doesn't look like I missed anything. Chewy pulled right back to the 34 there. Anything else looking interesting? Yeah, Sarah, that's whew. AMD. Happy trader guy. It was AMD. Odd and Harry, I like that name. Yeah, that kind of stuff scares me. Yeah, that sucks. Yeah, especially not right now, Sarah. All right, Twilio, right back to the trend line. Oh, I wish this was more time. You have 40 KO weeklies. Look at Chewy. Chewy. What are you going to do? Yeah, that's not too bad, Simmons. I mean, I know Pete is in KO long. Okay, those pitons are now up 165%. Those piton 30s. He cut KO? Okay. I didn't follow. Actually, I think I still have some KO commons, but I didn't buy nearly as much as he did. But I did follow him on Pepsi, and that one's doing well. He got stopped out. And damn, Cat is being stubborn. Simmons, I don't blame you. Swift bullish on ATVI next week. 53s. Yeah, I'm holding this week's 53s, but those are red as well. But we did just get a Swift bullish for next week's ATVI 53. $53 calls. Let's see. AMD news. AMD has announced a release date for the 3950X will be released 25 November. Let's go look at those next week's 53s. They're $1. Yeah, Bobby, that's what they're just talking about in main chat, was that alert. So let's take a look at something here on the 30-minute. I'm going to draw the fibs in here. Coming up on that 618. Look at that. Even with that ER drop, it bounced perfectly right down here. 382. Coming up on the 618. Very interesting. I think I like to play more than they do. It's at the bottom of this channel right here. But I understand why they don't want to get in just yet. And the Google thing, they were talking about the fact that the Google thing comes out tomorrow. It's got to clear this 52.90. This is resistance from today, but all right, we got about 30 minutes left. Roulette bearish on SWKS. Why is it dropping? Cat still holding strong here. Just consolidation. Trying to pick a direction. I still think we get... I don't know, we'll see what happens, but for now I'm going to hold those puts. MOC is flat. Come on, cat. Just let go. Lower highs. Yeah, I mean, Twilio was set up. Did it, what's it doing here? Oh, it broke that trend line that we had today. I still like where it's at long term, but I did get out and posted that and mentioned it. Got out the rest of it, but yeah. See if that holds or not. Good, 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 good. Now let's go look at Target again. Hold on just a second. I gotta close out. I'm closing out some more of this Peloton. Those 30s. We're getting a pullback here. Just in case. All right. Baba, I guess, is dropping. There's Twilio. Yeah. No, not yet. Oh, he jumps and I get static shock in my ear. Thank you. Let's go look at Target. Yeah, still holding here. We looked at this earlier. The only thing that concerns me about Target is you can see on the daily, the last time we were up here, what did it do? Pulled back to this 107. Right? So you're kind of in the top of this. Not to say that it won't or can continue upward, because it certainly can. But this is kind of double topish here on the 30-minute. So I don't know. I mean, looking at this, you're either betting on a breakout, but it did reject, today. As far as like where it's at here on the 1 minute, which coincides here on the 30-minute, was resistance November 7th. I mean, you could play it. I'm not going to mess with it yet. If some flow comes in, we get an alert on it, I might. And it looks like Chewy is still kind of moving up here. Let's see. SWKS dropping a little more there. Quite the pullback. I mean, it's not, it's 30 cents, but yeah, you could also see on target, that trend line since early October. I don't know. You could see a bigger pullback. All right, it's 1:45. I'm going to take about 2 or 3 minutes. I'll be right back, and then I'll hang out. I can hang out for a bit after the close. All right, yeah, I'll be right back. All right, I am back. Some Cisco puts. Check out those Piton 35 Cox calls. Yeah, Piton still looking really good. I'm down to half the position in those $30 calls. MOC is at 500 million to the sell side. Nathan, what's up? What are you asking about? No, I was reading. Bobby just had a typo there. He said Piton 35 cax, but he meant calls. Oh, 70% cash. Yeah, and Nathan, it was intentional. But yeah. Twilio still. Whew. Calls with a Boston accent. Roku put for the win. Love this stock. Nice. Do you want to go back and look at that 5? I like where that thing's at. Do have, what was this, 14 last week? Kind of had a cup here on the 1 minute last week, and then it took this drop. I'll wait till tomorrow and look at it again. Let's go look at Roku. Whew. Yep. Now below VWAP. Which it's done before. Put it 165. Good place to do it. For sure. Look at this chart. This is a 2-hour chart on Roku. '60th Street ripping. Will tomorrow be the day? Maybe. Hey, I'm all for it. Like, let Roku go. Maybe tomorrow's the day. Yeah, it's been on a tear. The only thing is some of the, pumping that's been happening as of late, like Kramer saying, he sees the valuation makes sense. But it's due. It's due for a pullback. We are closed. There's a couple of ERs tonight. For those of you that aren't in Black Box, first question is why not? We do have trial week this week that started today. It's not too late to get in on that for anyone that's interested. Want access to the platform and the Black Box Discord server, but I will pipe in the audio. Doesn't sound like they're going to cover the ERs today. Nothing big. Not going to. So if anybody has anything that they want to look at, let's do it. Curator Lab, you can. Did you do a trial and just not use it, or what? Because that's kind of what they ask is, all right, you've already done a trial. Did you not get a chance to use it or experience it? How many have you done? Have you only done one? Let's go see. I'm just going to pull up kind of what I normally look at here at the end of the day is just spend a few minutes watching the post-market scan. See if any of the big names are making any decent sized moves in case any news came out after hours that we didn't see. Used it, but it was a lot to digest, and I had to work some of those trial days. So I really gotcha. Have you only done one, Curator? Curator, do me a favor. Um, okay. Do me a favor. Join that Discord server right there, and I'll chat with you about it. Likely not an issue. Poker Pro, done 3 try. I don't trade full time though, so it's hard for me to justify a monthly payment. Hanging out here though, and it serves my purpose well to get the pulse on the market. Curator, no problem. And Poker Pro, have you seen the private Twitter alerts? Those are good for people that don't, that have jobs, can't necessarily be in front of it all day. No, it's not. Um, I mean, we don't. Black Box doesn't really do that, right? It's you get it all for that $99 a month, but maybe they didn't have it when you did a trial before, but now there's 2 private Twitter accounts that put out alerts. But yeah, it's Black Box platform, the Discord server, the mod plays, and the private Twitter alerts. They don't break it up. Let's see, Vince, same as others. There is a lot. And that's why I'm doing this, right? Is to give people, especially trials or newer members, an idea on how to kind of quiet the noise. Like, I'm listening to the Black Box Discord server, the main chat, just in case something big, some headline comes out that I need to be aware of, that sort of thing. Yeah, Poker Pro, understood. And let's see, Curator, are you Surf Dude? I take it? Yeah, okay. Cool. Hey, Jenny B, are you still here? Curator, I just sent him a message. So I'll let you know as soon as I hear back. I don't imagine it'll be an issue. A little bit of volume in Marvel after hours, a little bit of volume in CMCSA, Twilio, PG, Oxy. All right, I've kind of sworn off Oxy, but may need to go look at that tomorrow. I swore off them because there was that back and forth battle with them and Carl Icahn. But wasn't it last week Warren Buffett was taking a stake in them? I believe. And hey, Curator, on that Discord server that I gave you, you should see the TOS page. Just click that, read through that, and click that little green check. That little green check box to say that you've read it. Then you won't be stuck in the waiting room. There you go. Cool. And actually, I'll tell you what. Let's do this. All right. And check your DMs. All right. Anybody have anything else they want to talk about, look at, whatever? missed what you were saying about ATVI earlier. You liked the flow, or thought it was a wait and see scenario. Um, yeah, I did like the flow, the alert. Let's go back and look at the ATVI chart. Yeah, I like, and I'm actually going to get rid of this line because that was just from today only. You can see something sort of like that back to June. It's kind of been in this channel, which it's near the bottom of, right? So I kind of like that. And they were buying, go back to the alert. So they're buying next week's 53s at 89 cents. So I'll tell you, I have this week's 53s. I still have that spread. I did not pick up any more ATVI today, but I do like where it's at. And we'll definitely be on watch tomorrow. You know, Tech was saying he wanted to give it another day or two to see if it's going to bounce off the bottom of this channel. But to me, it looks like it's already started to do that. You know, I think you can try it. They have some time. You know, there's still 2 weeks on them. And kind of see what it does. Yeah, we can look at cat. You know, the thing about ATVI that'll be interesting tomorrow is just to see this Google, you know, gaming streaming platform that's coming tomorrow. You know, just to kind of see what happens with that and if there's any buzz around it. You know, I can tell you it's not something that I would be buying or interested in, but that doesn't mean that other people won't be. I think the Shields platform is pretty good, and Microsoft coming out with their xCloud. But it might be interesting just to see what happens in the morning, if it has any impact. But I like where it's at. And on Caterpillar, really needed to, I mean, it just keeps bouncing in this same, just kind of stuck in this channel. On the 60-minute chart, you can see how it's kind of looking like it might want to pull back here, but I see what you're seeing here, 141.50-ish. You know, potentially being support. Is the chat stream in the top of your screen YouTube? That should actually, and I don't know if that has, if it's refreshing the way that it's supposed to, but that should be everything. See. It looks like there's messages on there from today. Oh yeah. So that's everything, regular barbecue guy. That should be YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. Or YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook. That's Restream Chat. So anywhere that I'm streaming, that should tie into it. What else? Any other questions? I mean, I know there's some trial members in here. You guys have anything? Fine. Rejoin black. You're gonna call yourself Spicy Barbecue Guy? Nice. Happy Trader Guy? I'm not sure. I haven't checked my email today. I don't know if they've even sent it out yet. Let me go take a look. If I haven't, I can certainly give them a call, and I can just ask them to send it to me real quick. I don't know if when they were planning on starting to send those out. I don't think I've gotten anything, though. Yeah, I haven't gotten anything yet. But I'll actually shoot them a note. So yeah, I'll check on that. Regular barbecue guy trying to make some money off his handle there, his Discord name. Chewy seems like there's something going on there. This 2225 area is still tough even after hours. But the only thing that I see still is the announcement of their, when they're going to release their earnings. Coming flow. And how do members look at the data? Yeah, we can talk about that. So when you start off, let me refresh this so it resizes here. So some people will just look, they'll be watching the flow come in throughout the day. And I do glance at this to see if I see anything, if anything catches my eye. But if you're not sitting there staring at it, looking for something that you're interested in, you can set some filters in here. There's the filter button up here at the top right. And sometimes, if I just want to get a quick glance, I'll look at only sweeps. Maybe I'll look at, only calls. I typically look at both puts and calls. Above the ask, and then this at or above the ask. You can kind of tick these boxes the way that you want. If you only want to look for the biggest, check this box that says over $500,000 in value. Typically the SPY flow I don't pay a ton of attention to just because, $500,000 is not much in SPY. But, that'll let you filter for the bigger sweeps. 700K here in Qualcomm. And then you can, look for any patterns. If you see the same ticker a few times, start to see a pattern there. I use it more so when we do get an alert. Then I want to go see what caused that alert and, how much money's coming into it, how many times that they hit it. So if we get this Facebook alert, like these 210s for December, I would go into that and go, okay, I see a rapid fire bullish on the 210s. There was also the 200s for next week that got hit. But you can click on the 210 and go over to flow, and usually it will show you. And this data kind of resets at the end of the day. So let's go to historical at this point. and look at the 18th. But I just try to look, get a sense of what are they, how much is coming into that? How many times have they hit it? That sort of thing. So you have members that do watch the flow as it's coming across, and they're looking for things, again, that catch their eye. But I'm typically looking at it after the alert comes in. And I go, okay, got an alert. What is it? Okay, let's look at the flow. And then the flow for the day would populate here. Do members mostly follow that flow? Well, we tell people not to blindly follow these alerts, right? And you'll see, and you'll hear the mods. When we get an alert, it's like, okay, let's see if there's news. Is there news on it? Is that what's causing it? Let's look at the chart and see if it lines up on the chart. Does it make sense? And that's typically what I'm looking for. Is we get an alert, I go look at the chart and go, yeah, I like it where they're buying it on the chart, and I can see why they're hitting those right here. That's typically how I use it. That's how I use these alerts. It's for me, it's not having to go through and look at where everything is on the chart and then knowing when volume's coming into it and when they're buying it and that sort of thing. It's like, this gives me the alert to say, okay, they're buying these. Let me go look at the chart and see if I can figure out why and see if it makes sense for me. What rules do you use to stay in the trade? Sometimes you let the trades move past 834 VWAP. Usually get out when they break those levels of support, only to see the trades work later. PB, you'll see me a lot of times, like I give it a cut, and it depends on what am I playing off of. And usually when we go into the trade, we know what level we're playing off of and why. Like, okay, it's like, for instance, Twilio right here. Say we're playing this trend line, right? And we go, okay, well, we're playing this trend line here. We get a bounce off this trend line. In this case, I would give it back to the trend line. And if it one or two candles, I usually give it a little room. And I'll tell you why, because every trader is looking at the same stuff. They're all looking at the same lines, the same trend lines, that sort of thing. And, the algos out there, if they want you out, you get a lot of fake outs, a lot more fake outs now, I think, than we saw 2 or 3 years ago. So it's like, now you got to give it just a little more room. I mean, look at AMD here, staying above the 34. And then what did it do? It broke the 34, held this channel that I drew here, this price area that I drew, held that as support, and right back through the 34. So I usually try to give it, I want to give it a candle or two, usually 2 candles below whatever line that I'm playing. Yellow, white, magenta. Oh, so click, I'll show you where to find that. If you click, there is this little question mark next to the options. If you just hover over that and scroll down, it shows you what the colors mean. You can see what yellow means, you can see what the white means, and what the magenta means. And it goes through. Now, there are some alert types that have been added that aren't in here yet. They're going to update that. I actually just sent them a note last week and said, hey, there's a couple that show up, some alerts that show up that aren't defined here. So they're going to update this. But yeah, that'll give you a basic understanding of what the meaning of those alerts and colors are. PB, I try not to look at that because typically I'm just playing off the chart. It does get a little more difficult sometimes for me because there's times where, I know I want to stay in the trade because what it's doing on the chart, I still like it. It's still, playing out. It's still holding a level or working or whatever. And, those contracts might be down 40%. And, the rules of thumb that especially newer traders that we're trying to teach people is like, you can't do that. You can't be down 40% on a trade, and hold it and then cut your gainers at 25% gain and expect to do well. And so it's difficult for me sometimes. And to be honest, there's times that I do say, hey, I'm out, and I might still be in, but it's just, that's the right move, the right habit, the right, strategy to protect that capital. But I might be willing to take a little more risk on it because it's still working the way that I wanted it to. When did I join BB team? And yeah, PB, just a second. So I've been with Black Box since like they started pretty much. But they had this old role. So I actually set up the Black Box Discord server for them a long time ago. But they had an old role before they had mods that was just the shot caller role, and there was a couple of us that had that role, and then I went and worked at Microsoft for a while, and while I was at Microsoft, not trading every day, at least not actively, they hired moderators, and the Discord server just continued to grow and grow and grow. And I came back to full-time trading about 7 months ago or so. And they asked me to be a mod about, 8 weeks ago or something like that is when I actually started as a moderator. So I've been with them forever, but not actually working for them as a moderator until about 2 months ago. See, sometimes you might cut part of the position. Can you talk about that? Yes. So there are times where I will take a little bit bigger position. If it's where I want it to be on the chart, if I like this setup, I might take a bigger position. And actually, most of the time, if I like where it's at, then I'm like, okay, let's say, for example, let's say I was looking at AMD and I said, okay, we got a chance here to break above this 39.88. And, based on everything that I've looked at, I think, 40.50 is within range or whatever. Maybe I buy, 6 contracts. Let's say it doesn't do that right away, right? And it rejects and it drops down. Then I'll take some risk off the table and say, okay, well, it didn't immediately do that. So I'm going to trim that position. I'm going to reduce my risk, but I'm okay holding it, down to the 34 or, this 39.77 or whatever level. But initially, I might be okay with a little more risk, but not give the entire position that much wiggle room. So I'll take a little off the table, or I'll take whatever, half the position or whatever off the table in case it doesn't follow through and do what I want it to do. And if it does break through like I want it to, then I'll be looking for, okay, where's the potential pullback? And I'll trim some off at that point in case it does get a bigger pullback. I've locked in some gains. So that's just kind of the way that I typically go about it. Where does Black Box have an edge? I'm a trial. Feel everything is overwhelming. Lots of folks. There is a lot going on in Black Box. Again, like I'm listening in one ear to Black Box main chat, just to make sure I don't, if there's some big headline that's going to move the markets, or something that's going to move one of the higher, like BA or Amazon or something, and I want to hear about it. I want to know what's going on, but I'm not following every conversation. but it's not hard for me just to have an earbud in and, kind of pay attention. But you don't necessarily have to. I think, there are a few things that give you an advantage when it comes to black box. One is all of the mod plays that happen. Consider those. I always tell people, consider those ideas. Even what I'm doing here on my live stream. I'm not telling you to go do this, right? You make your own decision. I'm just giving you ideas and setups and saying, okay, well, here's what I'm looking at. Here's what it's doing. Here's what the trend looks like. A safe entry, or this could be a decent entry. Safer might be, let it hit this trend line and watch for confirmation of a bounce. We're just calling out these ideas, but we're, telling you what we're doing. So that you don't necessarily have to be scanning the market and digging as far into the charts and stuff like that, especially if you're newer. But ideally, you would see what the mod is doing, see the play, and then go look at it and see if it makes sense to you, and see if you go, yeah, I can see what they see, and this lines up with the amount of risk that I'm willing to take or not. There are also a lot of times, so that's kind of the moderator portion. There's a lot of conversation that does happen in black box. There's times that I've gotten in or out of things because everybody in there is talking about it. We have so many eyes on the market and so many people that are watching different tickers, reading different news sources. They have different alerts set up, that sort of thing, that I've made far more on that kind of stuff than it would ever cost to have a black box membership. So for me, that is, invaluable. It's saved me from trades. It's gotten me into trades that on stuff that, I wasn't even paying attention to. So I think there's a ton of value in that. I use the flow in a few different ways. Like I already gave you an example of kind of how I go through when there's an alert and looking at the flow. But if there's a ticker that I'm watching and I'm seeing it set up on the chart, a lot of times I'll go, okay, I like where it's at. Let's go see if there's any flow. Let's see if there's anything coming in. And that's where I would go look, at okay, maybe it hasn't alerted yet, but let me see if there's any flow. Let me see if other people and people that are playing much bigger size, let me go see if any of them see what I see and if they're playing it the same way directionally, right? So I think that can be pretty powerful. And we do see sometimes where, there's an alert, there's flow coming in on the call side, and then something happens or it rejects a level, and we'll start to see those people flipping out of those. We'll start to see them come in on the bid side. And it's like, oh, okay, I got in when they got in, and they don't like it anymore. They're getting out, and they're selling their calls at or below the bid. I want to know that, because that tells me that big money that I followed, they're now getting out of it. I should probably get out of it too. So I think that's very helpful. I do like the convenience as well of being able to, click on a ticker or an alert and pull the news up, right here in the news tab. This comes from the fly. So normally you can click on this news tab and like you see here, here's the Facebook news that has come out. So that was today. 1, 2, 3 headlines from the fly. So, that the convenience factor, if you really want to see what they're saying on StockTwits, you can click on the StockTwits tab and see that right there. And there's a bunch of other tools in here. The volume ratio tool is cool. It shows you the tickers that are moving on volume, unusually high volume. But just kind of familiarize yourself with everything here. I mean, this is the one place that I go to look at the pre-market action and see what's moving pre-market. I go here and I look at what's moving after hours, and they have to have a certain amount of volume before they'll alert. But it's kind of one place you can go to see this stuff. The dark pool information that we have in here is really good, and I find that helpful. Getting a quick look at where are the most active calls and puts, the most bullish flow and bearish flow, like what are they going into? And I like to see that. So there's a lot of tools just built into the platform as well. And if you stick around, you'll hear there are some conversations that go on after hours, sometimes for hours. Like we'll get Pistol Pete on there and he'll give a lesson on, reading market internals and looking at the sectors and long-term levels to look out for in futures. And some of those are just priceless, in my opinion. So hopefully that's helpful. And yes, it does make a huge difference for me. YOLO puts, you'll see like right here. Look at the alert stream. So any ticker that you're looking at, remember if you were on here earlier, we played ATVI, we were looking at ATVI, and I was like, man, that was a big candle. I wonder if there's anything in the dark pool. And sure enough, click on ATVI, go down here to the alert stream, and you can see these shares coming through the dark pool. Yeah. PB, it's tough. You just kind of have to play the setup, trust, what you're looking at, what you're seeing, and that can be difficult, for sure. But, you kind of have to pick out a spot where you go, okay, this, if it gets here, my trade is broken. And sometimes it can be hard, but you got to give it just a little more room. Just a little more, not a lot, but like if you were playing this on ATVI right here, you see this trend line from back in May broke down right here. That was in one day. It broke down below that trend line, right back above it, bounced, and then up. And so, sometimes you got to give it just another couple candles. Now, in this case, it broke down below, and I would have considered that, at that point, if I was playing weeklies, I would have considered this broken because this was several hours. And you're like, okay, it's below the trend line. It's not coming back. I'm out of it. But you can see, if you were a trader that was focused on, this is a 2-hour chart. If this is what you were focused on, 2 candles below the 34, and then what happened? Popped above the 34. They like to do that. They like to show you 2 candles or so below the area that everybody's watching. And it gets you out, shakes you out of that trade. So PB, the other thing I'll add is, again, it depends on the size of your account, the level of risk you can take, that sort of thing. If you got a $1,000 account or something like that, you can't afford to sit in a trade. Again, like if you were in this trade and you were playing it off this trend line, and let's say you bought it down here at the bottom, it made this little pop, you didn't get out, it came down here, dropped below the trend line, maybe your contracts at that point are down 40%. You can't afford to sit in that if you've got a smaller account, right? So what you may have to do in order to not get scared out of those trades is wait, be more patient. Like let it drop, whatever line you're looking at, go, okay, well I know that it may go a candle or two below this level of support. You may not get in as many trades, but that's okay. But you may have to let it drop below that level and then watch for it to move back up. Like let it show you that, okay, we dropped it 2 candles below and then it popped right back up. All right, it's going to hold. So you might just have to wait a little longer, be a little more patient, because if you do that, you wait for it to come back through, use this as support, and that's where you're buying. You're in a safer position than when you're buying, like if you're buying it on the way down, hoping that that holds as support. Sometimes you jump in too soon, it breaks that level of support, and then it did Twilio this morning on me, did exactly that, right? It broke down below support and then it popped. So let's see, did I miss anything? I don't think so. Adrian Tudor, the other thing that I can add, because you did say, there's a lot of people calling out plays, and there are. But I would figure out, which mod or mods plays, like trades kind of with your style. Try to get a sense of that. And I can help you, I can kind of explain what I've seen and sort of the mods and the plays that they take and that sort of thing. If that's helpful, I can kind of go through how I see it. But don't be afraid to ask them and just say, hey, can you give me like a quick 2 minutes of your style? Like, what are you looking for? Do you scalp? Are these swings? And just try to find, figure out who fits your risk profile and the trades that you like to take. Try to figure out who fits that. And maybe just start with, don't worry about everybody in the room. Just start with, just kind of pay attention and watch what trades they're taking, how long they're in them, and the amount of risk that they're willing to take. Maybe start there. What types of trades, give me an idea on what you're normally playing or like to play, how long you like to stay in stuff, that sort of thing, and I can, give you my thoughts. The curator, just watch Bender. I mean, you certainly can hang out here. There's stuff that gets played in the Black Box, Discord server that I miss, that I don't even see because I'm looking at other stuff. But, feel free to hang out here. If there's anything that I can help with, I'm certainly willing to help. There's a lot of trades that do happen here on the live stream. But I encourage you to, and I'm actually trying to figure out in Discord an easier way we used to have all the mods post in one room, and the mods didn't like it because it was like, okay, I can't even track my trades, like what I told people I was in, because there's stuff that I play that I don't call out. So we had to split everybody's trades into their own room. Well, now it's tough because you literally got to keep an eye on all of the rooms, or you miss something. So I've got to try to figure out a way to consolidate, keep them separate, but consolidate it. So I certainly don't want you to miss something that gets called out in there that I don't see. Especially, if it's something that gets called out by, Jenny B or Mel or Tech. If you like to play the Amazons and the Rokus, that's kind of Kang's. He mostly plays Amazon. Maria's really, really good, but she also sometimes gets in and out very, very quickly. So you have to really be paying close attention. And I would say if you're going to play her trades, don't wait for her to get out or post something. You kind of have to, once she gets in, you kind of got to look at it and go, okay, can I get in near that price? Do I like it on the chart? And you kind of got to be ready to get out, because some of the stuff that she plays moves really fast. And like I said, she's really, really good. You just got to be careful. PB, no problem. Pistol Pete, if you look in that room, he's typically playing much longer term swings. You know, sometimes holding stuff 2 months or more. Sometimes he only holds it a couple weeks. But he's playing off long term support and resistance. Tech's good. He plays, I would say, maybe more conservative, I think, and I think he's starting to. Tech, I think, has gone through this where, you know, he felt like maybe he's being a little too conservative, so he's loosening up on that a little bit. But I feel like, you know, a lot of his trades that I've seen are longer dated, more time on them. They're more expensive because they have more time on them. But they also don't take as big of a hit if the stock pulls back. Yeah. And then Jenny B is she's awesome, but kind of the opposite style. I would say hers have less risk just because a lot of them are cheaper contracts. She's really good. She's really good at calling out like cheap YOLOs that seem to work. But also keep in mind that, you know, she's willing to risk. Sometimes it's 50%, sometimes it's all of it, right? So if she's buying contracts that are 15, 20 cents, you know, she'll buy a couple and she's willing to let them go to zero. But a lot of them, you know, she does really, really well on them. That's why her room is called Jenny B Risky AF, because she says everything I play is risky because I'm playing this cheaper, you know, the cheaper stuff that's out of the money. She loves to play that stuff. And she, like I said, she's got a pretty damn good win rate on those cheap contracts. And I would say I'm probably somewhere in the middle. Yeah, that's what I was like. I'm probably somewhere in the middle, and I'm usually looking at the longer term charts, you know, trying to find longer term areas of support and resistance. You know, looking for some sort of confirmation that it's going to move in my direction or hold a level of support or something like that. I do typically play weeklies, but I'm also usually playing closer to the money. So that's why I say kind of somewhere in between like Jenny B and Tech. Like, I'm not usually playing these calls that are, you know, months out. I do have some, but I'm not usually calling plays on stuff that's months out, you know, at the money. It's usually either weeklies that are near the money, or, you know, sometimes I'll buy a little more time on them. And sometimes I'll play out of the money if I think it can get there. I would say I'm usually pretty good about the strike and the expiration that I'm calling, and if directionally if it goes the way that I'm thinking, the contracts are usually the right choice. So yeah, I'd say I'm somewhere in the middle. But ideally, I like to find stuff that is at longer term areas of support and resistance, and then also on the shorter time frames, when those line up, is typically when you see the most consistent moves. Yes, Adrian, I do. I've been doing this every day. I just started the live stream a couple weeks ago, but Yeah, I've been on every day before the bell, and I will be tomorrow as well. Barring any unforeseen circumstance, I will be here. So yeah, if there's anything that I can help with, let me know. Anything I can answer for you, let me know. If we're looking at a chart and you see something on the chart that I don't see, let me know. Yeah, a couple seconds, I think. I think it's like, typically what I see is maybe 2 to 3 seconds. I mean, it's not enough of a lag that it's going to impact things. You're seeing 5 to 10 seconds? It seems to vary. I do have low latency turned on. But yeah, it should be within a couple seconds. How many trades do you typically take per day? I would say I probably average 7 or so. Kind of depends, there are days that, like Friday, I had a bunch. A lot of them in the same ticker. And that happens. I mean, there's days that it just depends on what I'm playing, if I like the way that it's moving. There was a day, I don't know, it was like a month ago, and I think I was playing this channel on Microsoft, and I think I had 7 or 8 trades just on Microsoft in one day, just playing this 30-cent move it was doing, and I was making 30%, each time it would change direction. So it just depends. Adrian, I am in Colorado. One Tomk, I'm usually on 10 to 15 minutes before the bell. So about 9:15 Eastern. Sounds good, Adrian. You do the same. Adios. One Tomk, are you are you a Black Box member or doing a trial this week, or you just came across the stream? Oh, cool. Yeah, I do. I post to Twitter. In fact, I think there's an automated message that goes out every morning when I start the stream. And you can also look at, let me post a link in here. I think it's that. I think that's current. Yeah. Some videos that I post stuff there on YouTube. There's some videos on there about Blackbox, how to use the platform. There's some, I post videos on charts there. There's other conversation topics that happen, like about PDT. There's a video on PDT. And just kind of anything else that we come up with that seems useful. I post there. If you heard me talking and you kind of saw the walkthrough on Blackbox, if you did catch this, we're doing a trial week this week, which is why I asked if you were a member or if you were in Blackbox for the trial this week. This is the Blackbox Discord server. These are the mod rooms that you may have heard me talking about where people post their plays. Let's see what Pistol Pete. Oh, he's traveling this week. That's right. God, Mario did some good work on Disney there. All right. Anything else I can help with? Or anything else you guys want to discuss? Oh, Itch Witch Glitch. If you're still here, let me know. I didn't see your HRB. If you're still here, though, we can certainly talk about that. Yeah, we can go take a look. Since you're still here, HRB. Let me pull that up. It's $25. H&R Block. Let's see what we see. They have earnings coming up beginning of next month, 4th of December. Let's look at this thing. I'm going to start with a weekly chart. See what we notice on the weekly chart. This is going back, let's see, 2017. So H&R Block, you can see since 2017, October, even into September, kind of September, it entered this price channel right here. From 23 to 29, this is where it's been. Bouncing back and forth. Spent, geez, what is this? Almost a year or so, kind of right in the middle. Yeah, 6 months, 7 months. Right here in the middle of this price channel, which is where it's entering. You know, right now, if I shrink this down, Actually, I'm going to, because you can see, let's move it, let's put it like right in here. You can see where this, back in 2016 was resistance at the bottom of this channel. When it did finally break through is when you got this pop up to the 30s, 31.23 back in 2017. And then right back down into this channel. And just stayed in here. Popped out. You got a little pop up to about 30 bucks. And then a drop on earnings. But even that drop right back a couple weeks later, right back up in this channel. So when it does pop out, that 29.85 area has been resistance a few times. It was support in here, resistance here back in June 2018, resistance again June of this year, and pulled right back. Fell down below this channel that was previously support and popped right back into it. So that's probably the first thing to look at here. The first thing that I notice is this price channel that it likes, that it kind of likes to stay in. Now, if I drop this down to a daily chart, see kind of the same story, which makes sense, right? You are near the bottom of this price channel. On the daily, I look for this ADMA to cross, actually the 21 on the daily, to cross through the 34, 55, 89. As this starts moving through these lagging EMAs, to the upside, that's a positive sign. Maybe a little resistance, up here between 25 and about 25.40 or so. You can see where that area has been support or resistance. So you might see some hesitation to get through that area, given that it's kind of moving, up into this area of consolidation, right? This was a couple days, October 25th to November 7th. So on the daily, I see it consolidating right there before it took this last drop. I think you've got 24.86. I don't see a ton of room to the upside until it gets through that, but then you're still stuck in this channel up to about 27. Now you can, try to play it up to 26.50 or so. You can see this is the 2-hour chart up here, to show you in relation kind of where it's sitting at the bottom of this channel. So you could certainly play this or try to. And if it falls out of this area, just know that, okay, if it falls out of the bottom here, you could see a pullback to, potentially look at 23.79 as support, gets through that, then you're at $23. So just kind of keeping that in mind. I do like that it has moved on this 2-hour chart above the 200 MA. So you could play it to there. You could say, okay, I'm going to try this long, shooting for, 27 or 26.75 or something like that, and using this 200 MA as support. I like that it's right here at the 200, so you don't have to give it very far if you're going to play the 200 as support. Is that helpful? Yeah, no problem. I mean, this 200 is the first thing that I look at, and I say, okay, well, it's been under that 200 when it rejected here and took this drop after earnings. It didn't get through the 200 until the end of October. Came down, tested it, used it as support, you may see some continuation into earnings, knowing that, okay, well, I wouldn't be holding it through earnings, but I like where it's at to potentially try to play a move into earnings. Yeah, no problem. Anybody else? Here, TX offering at 1738. KRTX offering at 1738 max. Why wouldn't it tank? So KRTX did have some news today. I don't know what the impact of that news is on this ticker, right? What I do know is it's a low float. And I didn't see this offering news. Let's see. Where do you see the offering priced? I don't see it priced anywhere. I mean, I don't know anything about these guys, right? But I do see this offering 2.6 million shares with an additional 30-day option to purchase another 400,000 shares. I mean, the first thing I look at, and I pulled this up earlier today, but the float on this thing is only 9 million. Institutional ownership, 58%. Insiders own 33%. Actually, I'm getting two different numbers. One of them, the float shows 9 million. The other shows 15.9. Very low short interest ratio, although wouldn't be surprised if that went up. Actually, I think somebody said there weren't any shares to short on this. But I don't see a price on this offering. Instinctively I see this and I go, yeah, it's gonna drop, right? I don't know when, but very rarely do you see something do this and hold, right? This is up 440% today. But if there are no shares to short and as low as the the float is, sometimes it takes some time before that drop occurs. And that's what makes it difficult. Is eventually I would expect that it will pull back, if not drop heavily. But how long is that going to take? 1738 mentioned at that link on their site. Let's see. This is view source version. Let's look at KRTX investor relations. Nope. Not VRTX, KRTX. See this phase 2 clinical trial data. Here's the public offering. Am I just missing it? Is it in here and it says 1738 somewhere? Okay, so S1 on their site. Where are their filings? Let's see. So this was filed today. Proposed maximum offering price per share 1738. Yeah. I mean, I see what you're seeing right here. Now, read this right here. Estimated solely for purposes of computing the amount of the registration fee. Right? So when they put this together, it was not trading at 90 some dollars a share. And they're anticipating either that or they're anticipating a drop, but keep that in mind. Like, this is not written in stone. And it's not a huge amount. It's not a huge amount, right? It's not some crazy amount in the offering. So, given that it's still going to be a low float, keep that in mind. What I can tell you about this KRTX is that the drug that they are working on here is to treat schizophrenia. And there was somebody in Black Box today who works in the mental health industry. I don't know, I can't remember exactly what he does, but he did say that these sorts of treatments, the drug they're working on is very important, and that when something new comes out that works, this is a drug that people stay on for their entire lives. And maybe that's why there's so much anticipation in this. Now, he's like, I don't know anything about the stock. I don't know what it means for them as far as what their balance sheet looks like and everything else. So he just said, when a new drug comes out, it's very exciting for, the folks that suffer from schizophrenia, and if the drug works, this is something that they'll be on for life. So, an offering of 2.6 million, not huge. The 17, that price is not, it's not locked in. That can be adjusted based on the share price. And if the people that own this say, I want to continue to own it, it may not crash right away. It may, I don't know what it's going to do. But again, I don't know the value in this drug. I don't know what it's worth to the industry. And like I said, I don't know anything about them. I don't know anything about the company. What I do know is it's a low float bio, which is risky to play either direction, especially on some crazy move like this. Your instinct maybe it's up 440%. I'm going to short it. And that may eventually work. But if this thing keeps moving up, and you saw how quick it can move because it's a low float, there exists the risk that, it very quickly shoots to whatever, 110, 115, and that's going to hurt. So now if it was optionable, buy some YOLO puts like for next week, but it's not. There's no options on it. Yeah, it will be interesting. I agree. Definitely. I mean, I think it comes back down. I think this is insane, but it doesn't matter what I think. I also tried to short BYND up in the 200s a few times, and it didn't work out. It worked out a few times, but there was a few times that it was like, at 215, I'm like, this is ridiculous. And then at 220, I'm like, this is still ridiculous. But it doesn't matter. It wasn't ready to drop. But, as far as the price of the offering, you can see that, all right, when they put this together, this thing was at $18. So it makes sense why, that number was on that offering sheet initially. It looks like it has come down about $4 after hours. When did they file this? When did that come out, that news? And it came out before, let's see, 123, before the market closed. And that didn't tank it. Look at this. They had a price target upgrade to 115 from $28 at Citi. From 35 to 109 at Goldman Sachs. So price target upgrades. Yeah, and an offering of 2.6 million shares, it's, that's not a ton. But it will certainly be interesting to see what it does tomorrow. Lon, what's up? Weren't C and GS on the S1? Were there? Yep. And Stifle. So the OS immediately after this offering is 26 million, which is in line with what I saw as the OS. So here's something else. This is not your typical toxic secondary. I mean, they're telling you right here what the funds are used for is the phase 3 clinical trial. Yeah, I'm not going to dig through this whole thing, but well, certainly, Lon, I every time I see a price target, whether it's an upgrade or a downgrade, I assume that there's, not full transparency. And that there's some sort of agenda. Roku, news of offering. Roku is selling off. Who had Roku puts? Somebody had Roku puts. 158.01. There was somebody in here that, who was it that had Roku puts? Let's see. JT Racing, Roku puts. If they're trying to offload the positions, or they truly believe in that. Yeah. And Lon, I've said this before. When I see upgrades and downgrades, I take them into consideration, but there's so many times that I've seen price target upgrades and stock drops, or vice versa. And it's like, take them with a grain of salt. It's good to know where they are and when they change, because it can move the stock short term. All right, I want to see what the news is on Roku on this secondary. Oh, I know. I don't see the secondary, the information on the secondary yet. But somebody mentioned it in main chat. Another one doesn't look like it's a very large secondary. Part of this acquisition that what is it, Detaxu or something? Detaxu. I see 571,000 shares at $124 proposed, $125. So that will be interesting to watch tomorrow, see if that has any impact. Lawn. See what it does tomorrow. See if it takes a big drop or not. Again, not a ton of shares, right? And I think I saw something. Let's see, hold on. I mean, you could certainly, give it a shot if it takes a big drop. Panic selling, in the morning. If I was going to do anything, I'd probably be, putting in a low ball offer on some calls, in case it does take a big drop. But it's a small offering. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if it has very little impact. But I don't know. I mean, given that it, as high as it is, you might get a pullback here. 40. If it does start dropping, this 137.65, I think, is the area to watch. I don't really know how to answer that question because, like you said, it's not necessarily rational. I think there's a lot of things where a pullback is due, but it doesn't matter. I do think that there's some stuff that's priced rich. I think everybody thinks that, but it doesn't matter. I think it makes it difficult to buy stuff up here, but, it was talked about today that, with the market continuing to rally and there's a lot of money sitting on the sidelines, that now there's like this FOMO effect where it's like, okay, well, I thought it was going to pull back, so I took my money out of the market, waiting for a dip, waiting for a discount, waiting for a pullback, and it's not happening. It's continuing to rally. So I don't know. Ultra Pro ETF. I don't know the holdings in this. But yeah, it's high. 3x buy. Gotcha. And yeah, so you're in the same boat. Like I should be holding off, but it's still rallying. Will it continue to rally? I don't know. There's still this crazy headline risk that it's like you don't know what's going to come out. That said, I will tell you that like my longer term accounts, a lot of I'm in mostly cash. And mainly because I want to see, I want to see a big pullback and a chance to pick up some discounts. Look at this. Amazon broke out of this channel that it's been dropping in. See if that can continue. Regular barbecue guy. I've never seen it be this headline driven. There's a lot of people that will tell you that this is one of the hardest times to learn to trade directionally, because there's a lot of stuff that you don't get follow through on, or you're trading off a trend line or something and a headline comes out and it just starts dropping and it's like, wow, that just screwed up my positions. Now it is getting, we've talked about this where it's getting more and more muted. It's not having the same sort of impact because it's like so many times there's been news and then it's like, oh, just kidding. Like there's a headline and it's like, oh, just kidding. That's not happening. When it's, I think people are, they're just not reacting the same way. But yeah, I do think it is a bit more challenging right now. Roku now down almost $6 after hours. Where did Apple end up today? $267.12. All right, anybody else have anything else? Or a regular barbecue guy, gnome, or Lon. I'm going to call you Lon. Lon Genome. Or I'll call you Lon Gangster. Lon OG. Anybody else got any other questions? Yeah, my pleasure. No problem. CRM is cranking after hours. Or not CRM, sorry, Now, ServiceNow. Ah, they're being added to the S&P 500 at open 1121. So that's why it's moving. I don't see it. Show 20 cents. Did it pop and then drop? Oh, I'm still looking at CRM. That's why. There you go. There's Now. 266 it closed at, now at 276. So it's up almost 10 bucks. Must have had CRM on the brain. Here we go. Definitely one to watch tomorrow. All right, y'all. Have a good night. I am out. And I will be on in the morning.